Yo, what up, Zio? What up, Abs? What up, Sad? What's good, chat? Today's whatever Wednesday, so we're just doing whatever. Um, I'd like to keep working through some PortSwigger Academy, but if you guys have any other suggestions on anything we want to take a look at, be happy to do so. What up, Brute? You are not first. On your screen. On your screen, you're first. Okay. I'm thinking we take a look at host header attacks. I don't think I've ever done this before, so it'd be a good learning opportunity. Host header. Labs vulnerable to password reset poisoning. Web cache poisoning. We could do web cache poisoning. There's deception. I believe there should be poisoning as well. Yeah, here it is. We could do this. This would be a fun one. I'm down to do this. No, I've not. I'm not in university, and I've not been to university. Will HR detect CV poisoning? What do you mean by? You mean like putting shit in your CV for like AI bypassing and stuff? My answer is don't do that. That's my answer. Don't do that. Went to uni in cybersecurity. I feel embarrassed of how little I know. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. All right. Web cache poisoning. Handles input from an unkeyed header in an unsafe way. An unsuspecting user regularly visits the site's homepage. Solve the lab, poison the cache with a response that executes alert document cookie. Okay. So I have seen a little bit about web cache poisoning, but I've never done it before. What up, 2car? Web cache poisoning involves two phases. First, the attacker must work out how to elicit a response from the backend server that inadvertently contains some kind of dangerous payload. Once successful, they need to make sure their response is cached and subsequently served on the intended victims. Yeah, I get how it works. Cache keys. Right. When the cache receives an HTTP request, it first is determined whether there is a cache response that it can serve directly, or whether it has to forward the request handled by the backend server. Okay, so caching, the way caching works, if you guys aren't familiar, it's just to save resources. Save resources, makes everything faster. So if you already have, like, I'll show it right here. Let's just before I boot to the lab, let me turn on burp. The first time you load a website, it's going to download all the JavaScript, all the images, etc. That it needs to. But when you go back to that same page, it's not going to re-download all the JavaScript. It's going to keep it in the cache just to, as a way to just save, resources, bandwidth, etc. So let me turn on burp. So when I start this lab, this is just the launching lab request. We should see a whole bunch of requests the first time we view this application. And there we go. So we get the SVG images, these logos, these JavaScript file requests, all that. Did I just... One second. Did I just leak my fucking... No, I didn't leak my session ID. Okay, good. I thought I just leaked my fucking PortSwigger session ID. I might just re-authenticate after the stream, but I don't think I did. So I think we're good. Hello, Versace. But if I clear all this history and I refresh this again, we're only gonna get one request. Or we did get actually a lot. Why did that happen? Okay, there we go. I did it again and only did one request. There we go. See, I was only doing this one request again. It's not re-downloading all the JavaScript and images, because it's saved in my cache. So what we can do is, if we can elicit the backend server to say, hey, this person needs to update their cache, and we could poison the cache with, say, some like a cross-site scripting payload, or something of the sorts, then we can execute like JavaScript or whatever on their browser. Caches identify equivalent requests by comparing predefined subsets of the request components. There's a cache key. Typically, this would contain the request line and the host header. Components of the request are not included in the cache key or said to be unkeyed. How many months you took to finish CPTS course content? I don't know. I actually don't know exactly. My guess is around 3. My guess is around 3, but I was in school full time as well, so I don't know exactly. The impact. What exactly the attacker can succeed to get cached? Some assessments took a lot, and the 80 module is huge. It is, but it's good. It's big. There's a lot of detail, but it's good. Impact, we get it. Open redirect, cross-site scripting, stuff like that. Client-side attacks. So first, we have to identify and evaluate unkeyed inputs. Any web cache poisoning attack relies on the manipulation of unkeyed inputs, such as headers. Web caches ignore unkeyed inputs when deciding whether to serve a cache response to the user. This behavior means you can use them to inject your payload and elicit a poisoned response, which, if cached, will be served to all users whose requests have the same matching cache key. So we first gotta identify unkeyed inputs. Okay, let's make an intro document. I'll do some like steps. First, identify unkeyed inputs. Doing that before OSCP, good idea. That's what it is. That's what I should have done. I started doing it after I failed twice. Do I have CPTS? Yes. Would I recommend it as a first certificate? Probably not. It is very dense in material. You can do it as a first cert. It's gonna be hard. You're really gonna have to. It's a steep learning curve, but it is a great cert. So I'd say if you just wanna level up your skills, sure, you could go for it. Or they're just public? No. We can automate this with Param We don't. Can we do Param Is that free? I thought that wasn't free. It may just be incredibly slow if it is free. Yeah, okay, so we can get Param. Let's install that. So this just fuzzes parameters. Investigate guess headers. Okay. For fuzzing the headers. Parameter runs in the background, sending requests containing different inputs from its extensive built-in list of headers. If a request containing one of its injected inputs has an effect on the response, parameter logs this either in issues or output in Vert Pro. Or output regularly issues of Vert Pro. Okay. Extensions install parameter output if we're on Community Edition, which we are. Get logger ++ default HTTP history's ass. Is that a extension? Logger ++, what does this do? Multi-threaded logging extension. Allows advanced filters to be defined. Built-in grep tool. Okay, sure. Sounds good. This makes it easier for free burp. Free burp. I'll take it. Alright, so we're fuzzing headers, trying to get a different response. Okay. For example, parameter find an unkeyed header, x-forwarded host. This is what it would look like. This is issues, so this is Vert Pro. Once I've identified an unkeyed input, the next step is to evaluate exactly how the website processes it. Understanding this is essential to successfully eliciting a harmful response. If the input is reflected in the response from the server without being properly sanitized, this is a potential entry point for web cache poisoning. Okay. Fuzz headers using let's say parameter to identify unkeyed headers. Evaluate exactly how the website processes it for exploitation. What up, Coder? What up, Nishant? What up, Midnight? And then get the response cached. Manipulating inputs to elicit a harmful response is half the battle, but it doesn't achieve much unless you can cause the response to be cached, which is sometimes tricky. Whether or not a response gets cached depends on all kinds of factors, such as the file extension, content type, route, status code, and response headers. You need to devote some time to simply playing around with requests on different pages and studying how the cache behaves. Once you work out how to get a response cached that contains malicious input, we're ready to deliver the exploit to victims. I'll just get the response cached. And send to victim. Sure. Is that my own Discord server or am I on the dark? That is my Discord server. It's pinned in general chat. Hell yeah, barbecue ribs. Enjoy them. Okay. So let's just dive at this thing, I guess. We're probably gonna need to actually. There's another article here exploiting the design flaws. Look more closely on how vulnerabilities arise due to general flaws in design of caches. Alright, so this is an example of delivering cross-site scripting. The simplest web cache poisoning vulnerability is to exploit when unkeyed input is reflected in a cacheable response without proper sanitization. For example, here's that request. Here's the unkeyed value. The forwarded host is this. And then in the response, there is some property that pulls content from here. Exported host is used to dynamically generate an open graph image URL, which is then reflected in the response. Crucial for web app poisoning, the exported host header is often unkeyed. In this example, the cache can potentially be poisoned with a response containing a simple cross-site scripting payload. Gotcha. So it puts this directly in here, and then we're able to break out of this tag and execute JavaScript. If this was successfully cached, all users who visit this endpoint would be served this cross-site scripting payload. Cool beans. Pebble, do I do bug bounty? Not really, no. Matrix, thanks for the follow. PortSwigger, what up, Dante? Hell yeah. We're doing web cache poisoning at the moment. Okay, what I'm kind of failing to understand, I mean, I get the whole exploitation part and how I'm feeling how to understand the whole caching, how this is being served to other users. I like, unless it somehow saves this. I'm just okay. The only thing I'm failing to understand, like I get like how I can exploit this, but why is it saved? What does it mean by being unkeyed and this being saved in the cache? This is a good ChatGPT question. Red Root, thanks for the follow. In web cache poisoning, why explain how and why unkeyed inputs are saved in cache and can be served to anyone viewing that page. What up, Edwin? It's thinking. Hopefully it doesn't give me a content restriction and I gotta pull up my own ChatGPT. Alright, it's being slow as hell anyways. I might just do it. ChatGPT. Oh, there we go. Never mind, it worked. So keyed inputs are parts of the request that the cache uses to uniquely identify the content. Unkeyed inputs are parts of the request that affect the response, but are not considered when deciding whether to cache or serve a response. Parts of the request that affect the response, but are not considered when deciding whether to cache. Okay. So the web cache receives this request and puts that in the response. This is the exact example we had in the article from PortSwigger. Web cache stores this input under the key cache for /home, not including the X-forwarded host. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. So not including this. And then when anyone submits this request again, obviously now they don't even have to include this. When they submit this request again, they get this response. Okay. Get it, get it. I get it now. Today we doing web cache poisoning. All right, let's do the lab. don't rely on ChatGPT. I don't either. I think it's great for explaining stuff though, like that. Definitely can't rely on it. Or a little web cache poisoning. Okay. So let's just refresh this. Let's send this to repeater. Can I... Actually, I want to... Let me get some notes on exploitation. Oops. I didn't have much in that intro, but whatever. It's fine. Let me get example like this. Actually, this is... We'll get these. Example of an identified unkeyed header. And put this in just this text. Plain text. It's fine. And then poisoning would look like this. How's it going? Going well? Going well. Alright. So, we want to fuzz headers with, So, alright, let's just go, finding unkeyed headers. Let me just put this as an example. So we, using burp. Here we go. Right click on our requests and click guest headers. Guest headers. Extensions, parameter, guest headers. Okay. Parameter, guest headers. Okay. Custom word list path. This is just using words as the word list. I don't know if we want that or if we should have a, I don't like that. It shouldn't use just random words for the word list. It should use some headers there. See what happens. And then viewing the output is under extensions installed parameter output. That's kind of aids. Recap. We just got started. Identified parameter, exported host. Okay, so that did work. I'm not sure what this whole tilde %s dot %h is. But I guess it's just this header. So let's just add that header and call it Dookie. And do we get Dookie in the response? We do. Okay. Right here. So it's taken that as a URL, as a host. So what we can do is we could probably just break out of this and then do an image source on error alert 1. Actually, it wants a document.cookie or document.domain. Document.cookie. Okay. Send that. Let's go back to here. All looks good. So if I view this in my browser, we should get that alert. We do not. Why not? Okay, it's still being embedded in these script tags. Okay, so it is placed in the source. What if I add script before this? Does that fix it? I don't think so, but we'll see. I could just set the source to something bad. There we go. Okay, that worked. So I had to terminate the script tag before it. All right, cool. So that is working, and we solved the lab. Okay, because they now viewed the home page, and this was in the cache, so they received this payload as well. Sweet. Can I explain what serialization and deserialization is in hacking? So when you're dealing with the coding language, I think the best way to understand it is like in objects. So like typically like Java, it's like called pickling as well in Python. So like you could have an object that's serialized where it's in more in like a neater format. Wish I could give you an example. Java serialization. Let me see if there's an example here to see what it looks like serialized. There is no example there. That sucks. What about an image? Actually, serialization and deserialization is probably gonna work. Show me what it looks like serialized. Actually, see, that's not. It's not a good. I want to. What about PHP? PHP is probably easier to actually read. Java might be like in binary. Okay, here we go. This is good. I don't want AI. What the fuck? Okay, it doesn't show the example. Okay, there was an example in the images. We'll just take this one. So here's like your object, like a PHP object, and then this is serialized. So it says O for object, and then 6 for 6 characters, and then it takes an object and puts into like a little string like this. So then in the body it has a string of 10 characters, an index of 1, string of 7 characters, string of 9, whatever. It's some sort of object, and then when it's deserialized, or unserialized, it looks like this, and then that's placed back into typically some PHP code. Sometimes you can directly execute PHP code, or sometimes you can use the deserialization to call another PHP function, which can lead to anything malicious within that gadget. Could be file inclusion, could be even RCE. Is learning PHP a must in order to do hacking? No. Depends on what type of hacking you want to do. If you want to do web apps, then strongly recommended. Hopefully that answered kind of your question. Hey Pebble, what are we doing? We're doing web cache poisoning. Luckily, PHP one of the simpler languages in your opinion. Compared to like stuff like C, yeah, I'd agree. Definitely not my favorite language, but I don't know. Sometimes it's kind of weird. They got like the arrows going on for like defining variables and stuff. Like, why they got the arrows going on? Just put an equal sign. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. Cool. All right, let's do the second lab. Lab number 2. Unkeyed cookie instead of a header now. Actually, you know what we should do? I don't like the way I have to set up now. Okay, let's do this. Let's do Oops. The fuck? Not cut this. Let's do this. Let's create a document called finding unkeyed values. And then we'll put this here. Headers. And now this one's in cookies. So we'll do unkeyed cookies. So we have headers. We'll use parameter guess headers. And now we're doing unkeyed cookie. What up, Neem? I've been doing PortSwigger for the last 2 years. Kind of feels like I'm not good at learning. Need to know your opinion on this. Feels like you're not good at learning. What makes you feel like you're not good at learning? Like, be more descriptive. I don't know what you exactly mean by it feels like you're not good at learning. Be more descriptive. Like, if you can do the lab again, like, if without looking at a write-up, if you can do the lab again, then you've learned something. Like, seriously, like, it doesn't matter if it's something completely different. If you've done the lab and you know how to do it again, then you've learned something because you've learned how to do the lab. As simple as that. It takes you a lot of time to learn vulnerabilities. So you are learning. That's fine. It just takes time. That's how it goes. I mean, as you get better and better, you'll probably be able to start learning stuff a little bit more quickly, but at the start, I mean, it's certainly going to take a lot of time for you to wrap your head around things. Nothing wrong with that. Can you give you the way to think of headers? Like how we can abuse them? There's tons, hundreds. I mean, like literally hundreds. Like technically infinite ways you could abuse headers. It's just part of the HTTP request. Like I could talk about cookies all day. You could have deserialization in cookies. You can have something like this for web cache poisoning. We can have like a user agent being reflected in the logs, and I can get log poisoning here. I mean, like literally, there's infinite possibilities. At what point do I say fuck this? Look at write-up solution. I'd say like if it's like 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours, and I have found nothing more. And I'm not even like trying to figure something out. If I'm just completely in the middle of the woods, just completely lost for like a couple hours, then yeah, I'll look at a hint. I don't jump straight. I'll try not to jump straight to the solution or write up. I try to maybe ask a friend. I mean, in this case, like I'll ask chat. Or if there's like a hint button. Sometimes like on Track Me, Hack the Box, you get guided mode or something. Something that's just a little bit more that can help me find it without directly telling me. Okay. Next lab, unkeyed cookies. What up, Viking? Have I done Eureka on Hack the Box? I don't think so. Alright, we're gonna read about cookies now. Web cache poisoning to exploit cookie handling. Cookies are often used to dynamically generate content in a web app. In the response. Common example might be a cookie that indicates the user's preferred language. Cookie language equals PL. Okay. The Polish version of the blog will be requested. Notice how the information about the language version to serve is only contained in the cookie header. Let's suppose that the cache key contains a request line and the host header, but not the cookie header. In this case, the response to this request is cached. That the cache key request. Suppose that the cache key contains the request line and the host header. Okay, so these two. It's talking about these two. The request line and the host header, but not the cookie. If the response to this request is cached, then all subsequent users who try to access this blog would receive the Polish version as well, regardless of which language they actually selected. W ads. Ads are over. This flawed handling of cookies by the cache can also be exploited using web cache poisoning techniques in practice. However, this vector is relatively rare in comparison to header-based cache poisoning. When cookie-based cache poisoning vulnerabilities exist, they tend to be identified and resolved quickly because legitimate users have accidentally poisoned the cache. Got it. So in this case, everyone will receive the Polish language because everyone's being served this cache of, like, just by default. So you can accidentally poison the cache, so they're pretty easy to find, and they're typically resolved. But it's good to know. I think spending an hour a day to reflect on a box, try to remember why this works and others don't. Try to understand how to come up with it, repeat it every day, and get better. Exactly. That's all it is. It's just reps. A lot of people don't understand that. Like, I've seriously done hundreds of boxes. Hundreds. And people are doing like 20 and say, geez, I'm so bad. Like, no shit, you're bad. You've done 20 boxes. It's just reps over and over and over again. Like, you can't expect to be good after doing like 20 boxes. It's just never gonna happen. PC specs? In my Twitch bio. I don't even remember him. Okay. So, how would I even write this? It's just simple as looking at cookies. Does it... Alright, look at cookie. Does it have an impact in the response? Is it cached? Okay. Simple as that. Oh, was there a... I don't think so. Was there... Hold on. Let me go back to that. Was there anything on using parameter for that? I don't think so. Yeah, there's not. Okay, so we know what cached is. Okay, I went over this earlier, but just in case new people are coming in, let me get the image. Alright, here's cache. So, cache is a way... Why Remnant over Obsidian? Long story short, I was in school and I needed something web-based. I just needed something web-based. I need something that I could just use over the web. Long story short. And I just stuck with it now. I could switch back to Obsidian, but I just don't care to. It works for me. Alright, so when you access a website, you download all your... Like, the first time you access a website, you're downloading all the images on the page. You're downloading the JavaScript. If you go back to that same page, you shouldn't need to re-download all the JavaScript, re-download all the images, etc. Because that's just a waste of system resources. What happens is it's stored in your cache, which is like a little bit of memory in your browser to remember, okay, when I go to this page, it should contain this information. But what... Like, it just saves stuff from the website. But, like, if something's updated, like, you'll check in with the website, say, okay, all good here. If there's something updated, then obviously your cache is no longer valid, and they'll need to send something back. Cache poisoning, in this case, is where we are poisoning the cache, putting something malicious in the cache. So then when the user goes to that specific page, it updates with our malicious payload. So we'll do it with this lab right here. Refresh. Okay. So this is on cookies. So we do see FE host as a cookie. Send this request again. Is this value reflected in the response? It is. Okay. So this cookie is reflected here. Script data equals that. Post path front end prod cache. Can I just break out? Excuse me, break out of this for... Oh, you know what? I bet that's gonna get filtered, isn't it? Or like escaped. Oh, it didn't get escaped. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that we probably can just do a little bit of these shenanigans. So can I just do this, and then we'll do my favorite cross-site scripting payload. Image source on error equals alert. Actually, what did it want me to alert? Alert 1. Okay. Does Remnote allow users to download and store notes offline? You can store you can make backups offline, yeah. Just store them and then upload them. Okay, looks like that did work. Let me request that. Okay, so what I've just done here is I've escaped out of this JSON, escaped out of the script tag, and then input my cross-site scripting payload, which is image source on error alert 1. It just says it's an invalid image, there's no source, and then on error execute JavaScript, which is alert 1. Let me just verify requesting that in my browser. Oh, we solved the lab. Okay, that worked. So the victim viewed the page before I can even test it. But this will work. There we go, alert 1. So this was stored in the cache. So when victim viewed homepage, they get this in their response. It's GG. Source, image source, and SVG onload. I gotta try out SVG onload more. I feel like image source is starting to get a little bit more recognized. Okay. Cool beans. Next lab. We're flying through this. Multiple headers. Lab contains a web cache poisoning vulnerability that is only exploitable when you use multiple headers to craft a malicious request. Interesting. How does this affect Param Miner? A user visits the homepage roughly once a minute. To solve the lab, poison the cache with a response that executes alert document cookie. Okay. We have to have multiple headers. Okay, let's see if it already sets headers when we load that. Clear out this. Probably should have done that after. I wish I could. Hold on, chat. Let's do some burp sweet magic. Hold on. I want everything. I want all subdomains on this to be in scope. Include subdomains. Does that work? Filter by scope. Okay, looks like that worked. All right, awesome. Never mind. I'm just the goat. All right, so that way we don't get traffic from regular burp suite, the blogs, my notes. It's only the lab is being shown in the history here. Okay, so what do the headers look like? They look pretty default, so we might need to use Param Miner to fuzz headers, but we have to with multiple. So that does make it tricky. Does Param Miner have anything for multiple headers? Viking with the 2 gifted subs to Blitzwolf and King FantX. Thank you, Viking. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you very much, man. Means a lot. All right, here's guest headers. Can we... Is there a way to do, like, set multiple buzzing stuffs? I don't know. We'll see what happens if I just do a default. I don't think it's gonna work though. We have to go to extensions here. Tidy up that sub goal. Much appreciated. Hit the extra 10 sub goal. Thank you very much. Okay, that did work. Exported scheme. We got a hit there. But it says we need multiple headers. We'll see what happens with this. We got exported scheme. Lamvu, thanks for the follow. Let's test this. It just redirects us. Why'd that redirect us? What is exported scheme? Did I remove that? Are we redirecting no matter what? Hold up, why? Why are you redirecting? I shouldn't redirect. Follow? Infinite redirect. Okay, we're good there. Posture check. Whoops. Exported scheme. Oh my gosh. Why are you not copying? Extensions. Copy. Repeater. Thank you. Alright, it serves a 302. Weird. Okay, what does this header actually do? I think that's what we need to figure out. But I've never seen this header before. Exported scheme. Look up the header. What does this do? The de facto header for identifying the protocol that a client used to connect to a proxy or load balancer. The protocol. Forwarded protocol with HTTP or HTTPS. Interesting. So then do we also need... That's exported scheme. Is that combined with exported host? That's my guess here. May need multiple headers. Okay, got that there. Let's just do HTTP as the spec. That is standard. Okay, now we have location. So this is open redirect kind of. But we need to alert document.cookie. Location. Can I do JavaScript? And then it's stuck in my cache. Fuck. Alert. Document.cookie. Let me just get a base request to kind of like flush this out. See, it's probably poisoning myself. Fuck. Alright, I think we're flushed. Send this. Send this. No. That doesn't work. Okay, so that is not in spec. It has to just be HTTP or HTTPS. I can't do like something like JavaScript. Can I do it? Oh, we have an exploit server. Oh, we have an exploit server. Okay, so we can host something malicious here. Okay, so let's just do script alert. I'll just put our payload in there. Is Wallop whacked Wednesday? No. So what we did is we didn't have anything for Friday. I couldn't figure out a name because we were gonna do whatever, like we were gonna do like random stuff on Friday. So what it was, I think Ryan's idea, where we do whatever Wednesday and Fearful Fridays. So like Wallop Wednesday is now Fearful Friday because it just makes sense. Like whatever Wednesdays and then Fearful Fridays for like the hard insane shit. It just makes much more sense. So we're doing that. Switch it up a little bit for the purpose of naming. Okay, so let's set that in there. Okay, so we're hosting this malicious payload remotely, but we use the redirect to open redirect to this exploit server. So this is HTTPS, and then let's set the host to this and remove exploit. Let's just have that on slash. Below bodybuilding. Okay, send this. Send this. Why is that not poisoning? What happened? The poison's gone. What did we do? Why is it no longer working? Chat, we had it. What the fuck? Save that, go back where it was working. This works. But this fails. Need a flush. Get out of here. I messed it up. Okay, let me just copy these over, because obviously that request is working. I must have changed something over there. Huh, it's not working. Why is that failing? Exported host, exported scheme. Okay, but we know this one works. I mean, do I just need to... put this back? Okay, there we go. When it changes to HTTP... Alright, HTTPS? Okay, I think we're good. Alright, so everything's redirecting to my exploit server now. So the lab should be solved. When we view the exploit... Uh-oh. The fuck? Foot gun detected. A feature with strong... What the fuck is this? For shooting oneself in the foot? The fuck is that? I need to remove script because it's setting JavaScript in the response side. What the fuck is going on? What is this shit? Image source on error equals alert document.cookie. Oh, you guys can't see that. Oh, my bad, chat. Hold on. View exploit. What is this? Do I have to have /exploit at the end? View exploit? I do. Oh, fuck. Okay. Can I put, like, the end stuff here? /exploit? Send. View. Wait, is it this that's failing? Why does it work when I have JavaScript there? No, something's messed up, man. I goofed it. Oh, there we go. Okay, nice. So that did redirect to that server. Did we solve the lab? Okay, I just poisoned myself. Awesome. Is the lab not solved? I can't even see if the lab's solved. I've been poisoning myself. I need to flush this out. Oh my gosh. Refresh this. Not solved. Bruh. I'm stuck! It seems like you don't like to use AI to explain the stuff I do. That's not true. Help me! Oh wait, no, I'm on my exploit server. That's why. Back to the lab. There we go. I was on my exploit server. Because it redirected me. I kept refreshing the exploit server. Okay, this is fine. I think I just need to send this and just wait. Wait, did that not work? Was it supposed to be HTTPS? I still don't understand why this kind of scheme thing's kind of broken, but I'm just going to send this multiple times. No, it's not working. Huh? How come when I change it to like... Okay, now it's not even working. Why is this so funny to work with? Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Said valid user clicks in 1 minute. Yes, it did say that. Okay, I'm just gonna keep sending these requests over and over again until I get the pop-up that the lab is solved. Lab's really not solved yet? Solved now? No, it's not. What the hell? Does this have to update? Is that why? No, I don't know. Why is it so weird? Come on. Why is this so finicky now? What the fuck? Huh? Bro, what? Okay, now it's... Oh. Now it is working. Can the lab be solved, please? I have the right payload hosted, right? Alert document.cookie. That's what it wants. Unless I'm doing it wrong, it does... No, why would there be an exploit server if it didn't need it? There's an exploit server for a reason. It wants you to host this, right? I just know, I think the timing's wrong. I think by the time I get it poisoned, he's just clicked it right before, and then it's too late. I don't understand what is kind of weird with this poisoning. And it's like, I don't know why that sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Like, why is it? Why is this so weird? Thanks, Dante. I don't know. Now it's breaking. Okay, now it's working. Please click it. Please refresh. Please click the view the page. Please. See, that works. Still working, still working. I don't want to mess it. I don't want to mess it up. Fuck. I think it's just a timing thing. Alright, let's just make sure I'm doing this right, though. Any value other than HTTPS, we receive a 302. And that's the open redirect. Yep, we found that. Oh! Change the file name on the exploit server to match the path used by the vulnerable response. Is that what it's doing here? I should have checked that. Ah, that is what it's doing. No, it's not. That's just clicking that to go to exploit server. Am I tweaking? What up, Charlie? Why does it need to have this? Let's check this. Resource tracking.js. Okay, I think I know why. Let's find all 302s here. Okay, let me clear this. If I clear cache here, clear that, refresh. Here's what we get. There's no 302s, but it does resolve to here. I'm not sure why we need this actual endpoint though. Doesn't make much sense to me, because we had it working on ourselves without it. To match the path used by the vulnerable response. Doesn't make sense. Okay, so we know it just has to be anything other than HTTPS, which we've kind of figured out here. Follow redirect. We get that. Why is that wrong? That just doesn't make sense to me. Like, obviously it's working. Okay, now I'm kind of stuck in that loop again. Change the file to match the vulnerable response. Oh, hold on. So I didn't read this top part. Proxy HTTP history. Study the request response. Find get request to JavaScript file and send to repeater. Document.write image. Okay, we're on PortSwigger. Crazy? Is that crazy? I see this. Xcache hit. Xcache hit there as well. I don't... The payload's affecting our exploit server, not the user web. Oh, so we need it. Okay, I get it. It's the payload's executing on the exploit server and not on the actual target web server. So how does doing it here make any difference? How does doing it to a valid... Still doesn't make any sense on why that makes it different. I mean, I get it. I could do it right now, but like, I'm just trying to figure out why this works. So instead of doing it to... here, it wants it at this endpoint. Here. Why? Not sure. Then it redirects there to this. I mean, alright, dude. I can do that. That's fine by me, but like, can't say it makes a whole lot of sense. This wants application. Let's copy it. It doesn't show it. Application JavaScript. Yeah, thanks, Freedom. Oops. That's what I want. Okay. There's the JavaScript. It wants it hosted at this endpoint. Cool. Store. I don't know what even store does. Okay. Send this. Redirect to here. Oh, I should not have a slash at the end of that. Yeah, I shouldn't have had a slash there. Okay, so I think what's happening is... Okay, I get it now. 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 I still don't know why this has to have the same... Oh, no, I know why it does. Okay, okay, okay. I get it now. Okay. Oh, wait till ads are over. 1 second. There we go. Send this. Okay, now it's fixed. Now this should work. Yeah. Alright, we just gotta wait till the victim clicks on it. Alright, chat, I get why this works now. So we had it executing on the actual exploit server. We want it to execute on the target. So what's happening is when we just first do this web page, it sends a GET request to here. But what we've done is we've poisoned the cache for this to grab. So it's saying, okay, the contents of here, find that here. Redirect to here. So we're redirecting to the exploit server to grab the contents. We send that. Here's the contents. So then it's setting the cache of this, which is where is it? Right here. This is what it should look like. This is what the response gets. This gets set in the cache. But instead of this, it's from our exploit server. Have we finished the lab yet? No? I mean, just might have to send this over and over again until it's done. Kind of a pain. What we were doing is we were just redirecting to our exploit server. And instead of redirecting, we can just set the contents of a cached JavaScript file to anything we want. By telling it to look elsewhere. Okay, I don't know if like I have to change this or something, or to cache. We must poison a JavaScript file required by the website. Yes. How does it trigger without a document.write? It doesn't need any of this. This is just okay, so this is the actual this is the valid tracking.js endpoint. It wants this. This is the actual one. But we're poisoning the cache to say pull it elsewhere. So like this is just the sample what up, Theo? This is just like this actual file. But when we poison it, now we're getting the redirect to pull it elsewhere. So please click it. I just want this lab to be finished. It's kind of a pain to get the timing right. But now it's gonna get the contents elsewhere, so I guess I'll follow it. And now we get that. So this is essentially the tracking.js file now. This is in the cache for tracking.js, not the document.write or whatever it was elsewhere. Okay, how are we not done yet? This is kind of a pain. Let me clear my cache. Alright, why is this not working? Oh. On my exploit server. There we go. Refresh. Yeah, that does work. How is the lab not solved? Remove the cache buster. What is the cache buster? Is that referenced anywhere else here? Oh, here. Add a cache buster query parameter. It busts the cache. Hope this helps. Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, welcome, by the way. Yeah, appreciate that. Cache buster query parameter. Just adding a query parameter. Just literally anything? Like, why? Why are they doing that? To force it to pull a fresh file instead of a cached one. Got you. Okay, okay, I get it, okay. Okay, so when we just have this, it's just gonna pull from our cache. But if we just add anything else, like in here, this path has updated. So now it's like, okay, we can't pull from cache because we're checking for this. So now it's gonna actually grab it from the actual host. Had the interview? Oh, talking to Theo. Yeah, I don't know when his interview was. Why the fuck isn't this done yet though? Okay, let me remove this obviously because we want it to poison the actual good stuff. First, you know, it's on Monday. Okay, let us know, Theo. How did my interview go? I have a job offer. I do have a job offer, but it's not exactly what I was hoping for. I got a few more offers coming my way, hopefully by the end of the week. So we'll see what happens then. I'll make a big announcement when I actually decide who I'm gonna go with, but it's going very well. Yeah, obviously I get it to work on myself, but can the victim fucking click on it so I can solve the lab? God dang. Okay, maybe I just send this and just not touch it. I send that, not touch it, and just wait. I think what's happening is I'm eating up the cache before the victim can get it. I think that's what's happening. Although that doesn't really... No, it does kind of make sense. No, it really doesn't make much sense. Not solved. Bro, can you solve the lab, please? 60-second timer. Facts. Actually, it's been 15 seconds. 45. We'll wait. We'll wait. I'm not touching nothing. Hell yeah, Theo. It's great to hear. Wait. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're not doing nothing until this timer ends. Oh! It ended. Oh, fuck. Refresh. Lab solved. What the fuck? Wait, why is it no longer poisoning it? Now it's poisoned, I think. God, it's so... I don't get it. Why is it not working? This is probably... This is no good. 1 star on Paint a Rainbow. Damn, these reviews suck. Except for this one. Damn, she's just chilling up there. "3D voice assistants." I need me one of them. Potato Theater. The payload's clearly working. I know it is. Because it's working on ourselves. Dude, it's just saying not solved. Like, what am I doing wrong? I don't want to... I'm doing... Okay, I'm watching the fucking video. I'm doing this right. I know that. Okay, they're just setting some parameter there just to nuke the cache. Bust it. Bust it. We did that, we did that, we did that, we found that. Yep, we did that. We added that. Yep, we figured that out. Yep, we know that. Yep. Ah! Thank you. Yep, we did that. Theo, gold digger! Hell no, you can't say that. Right, we know that works. Yep. Yep, we did that. We did that. We did that. Right? They send it. They keep sending it. They sending it. They send the cache buster. They sending it. They sending it. They sending it. It takes ages, bro. Oh, now they sending it with the poisoning. And bam, they got it. Right? We've done that. Yeah, they're gonna change that to the exploit server. Yada yada yada. All is good. Yeah, we've got that. And they sold the lab. What? Wait. Yeah, man, that dude. They just removed the cache buster and it fucking works. Wait, do I have to set a cache buster then remove it? And then remove it? That doesn't make much sense. No, dude. Have I tried turning it off and turning it back on again? Should I reset the lab? I mean, it's working on me. Do I really need to reset the lab? That doesn't make sense. It should work. I'll reset the lab. I'll reset the lab. We should restart the lab. Okay. I don't know if I can reset the lab. I don't know if I can reset the lab. It just... I don't think it works that way. It just says access to lab. There's no, like, turn off or turn on button. None of that. None of that. So that poisons that cache, but obviously they're not going to view that, so we want to poison this cache. Bam. That worked. And then we should just see it pop up right there. Like, brother. Wait, we're seeing X cache miss there. Is that intended? No, they get a hit. It should be hit instead of miss. Why are we getting miss? Huh? Are we intended to get missed there? We're getting miss. Ryan, we are not in... What is that? Literally 2016? Now it's hitting. So it is cached. Why the fuck isn't the lab solved? We might just skip this one and come back to it. Like, spawn another lab and come back to this lab, because, I mean, this is kind of ridiculous. I don't know. We solved the lab. I mean, we solved it. We solved it, alright? Lab's broken. We'll go back to it. Web poisoning. Alright. Targeted cache poisoning using an unknown header. Lab is vulnerable to web cache poisoning. A victim user will view any comments that we post. To solve the lab, you need to poison the cache with a response that executes alert.document.cookie in the victim's browser. However, you also need to make sure that the response is served to the specific subset of users to which the intended victim belongs. Oh. So we can't exploit this on everyone. We have to make sure that it only executes on Billy Bob Joe. Does it say who we're targeting here? Like, what? Okay, viewing the comments that we post. So it has to only execute for people that view my comment. Interesting. Okay. This is gonna get a little crazy here. Wiener Peter? No. No. Okay, we don't even need to off to do this. HTML is allowed. So I'm assuming we can do this. Wait, but then how is this web poisoning? This is just straight cross-site scripting. This works. This is just stored cross-site scripting, if anything. Comment has been submitted. Why am I not... Dude, I hate that. Why is this no longer working? Oh, it's -H1 Web Security Academy. Oh, that's new. Huh. Okay, so that didn't work. Okay. It stripped it, looks like. DOM Purify is installed. Okay, yeah. So there's not gonna be cross-site scripting regularly. So how would we do this? Hello, Christy. Okay, we have to read this. Sometimes websites make themselves more vulnerable to cache poisoning by giving away too much information about themselves and their behavior. Cache control directives. One of the challenges when constructing a web cache poisoning attack is ensuring that the harmful response gets cached. This can involve a lot of manual trial and error to study how the cache behaves. However, sometimes the responses explicitly reveal some information that the attacker needs to successfully poison. One example is when responses contain information about how often the cache is purged, or how old the cache is, which is age. We saw that earlier in the last one. Although this doesn't directly lead to web cache poisoning, it does save a potential attacker some of the manual effort involved because they know exactly when to send their payload to ensure it gets cached. Oh, were we supposed to do that on the last one? So we're supposed to send it right as the age is at max age. So then it's at the max age. It's going to have to recache. Because it's too old. It's like, all right, we gotta get the cache again, and then it's gonna get my cache. Was that what was wrong with the last one? I don't know. And there's also a vary header. We don't see that there. Vary header. The rudimentary way that the vary header is often used can provide attackers with a helping hand. Vary header specifies a list of additional headers that should be treated as part of the cache, even if they are normally unkeyed. Interesting. This is usually used to specify that the user agent header is keyed. For example, so that the mobile version is cached, this won't be served to non-mobile users by mistake. This information can be used to construct a multi-step attack to target a specific subset of users. If the attacker knows the user agent is part of the cache key by first identifying the user agent of the intended victims, they could tailor the attack so that only users with that user agent are affected. What the fuck? Chat, I'm tweaking. Okay, let's just... Okay, here we go. We see it. Okay, it's in the response. Got it. Okay. So vary is set there. It's set to user agent. So the user agent is going to be keyed. So does it want it to be? So we just have to like brute force a user agent. Is what I'm getting here, right? Because this is only going to be cached against people with our user agent. So I think we just need to brute force user agents. Am I picking up what they're putting down? I think so. I don't know. Tom's on with the follow. Alright, so they're viewing this comment no matter what. So they're going to view this page, right? They're just going to view this page. So it's this post ID 2. So we need to poison this cache. And brute the user agent? Alright, let's just do it ourselves first. Let's just get it working on ourselves. So... do we need to brute headers again? Anton, you are absolutely notly first. Almost an hour 37 minutes into the stream. Almost. His comments. Okay, I still think we're gonna need to guess headers again. Initiating header brute. Do we get any hits there? Oh god, web cache poisoning? Oh yeah. Okay, we did get one. Wait, parameter? Oh no, that's what it says. Okay, origin, HTTPS, %S, %. I don't understand what this is. Subdomain host? Is that what the %S, %H is? I hated these labs because they seemed unstable at times. That's exactly what we just came across with the last lab, yeah. That is literally what just happened with the last lab. We were just like, it works on us. I'm not going to bother with it. Origin. The origin header. Origin. HTTPS. Dot balls. Send. Dookie balls is not in the response. Am I doing this right? I don't know. Oh, and X host. We have X host now. X host. It's not saying X forwarded host, it's just X host. What? Oh, we got it now. Okay, cool, that worked. All right, so now it is setting. Okay, it's just like we had earlier. Okay, so I can just also escape out of here, assumably. Escape. Image source on error equals alert 1. Cool, cool. Send. No, it did not like that. Okay. So we are going to have to set this to a malicious script. Is there an exploit server? If there is, then that makes sense. There is an exploit server. Okay, so we got to set that there. Yeah. Okay, I get it. Okay, that's fine. So we want resources tracking, JavaScript tracking.js. It just makes it easier for me if I don't have to host it on the exploit server, but it's fine. Fine with that. So it wants alert document.cookie. Okay, so it's going to pull this JavaScript and run that. Obviously we have to set the host to the exploit server host. And that'll work. But again, I think it's only going to run with our user agent. So I think we need to run this in brute force user agents, if I'm remembering that correctly. All right, looks like that's working. Let's just send that, copy this to browser and run that. So this should work. We should get an alert. Awesome. Cool, we do. That'd be crazy. Is .balls a TLD, like, valid? I don't think that is. That's definitely not. Unless it is, and I'm buying it. I'm buying Dookie.balls if it exists. The way it is, I don't think it is. Yeah, it's definitely. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Why did I look that up? I don't even know what I saw. I don't even know what I saw. Hold on. I want to make sure that wasn't anything really bad. Oh, it's a party equipment rental service. Dookie balls of fun. What in the fuck? Alright, whatever. English or Spanish? H3, thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated. Oops, we saw that run. Oh. Dropping shit. Ugh. I can get dookieball.ls. That's not as cool. Not as cool. I'm rolling over my chords and everything. All right. So we have that working, but again, I don't think it works on their user agent if they are using a mobile or some other browser. So I think we need to brute force usernames. Hack the box? We are doing PortSwigger at the moment. So the lab is not solved. So they are supposed to view this page in which we have a comment, right? Victim user will view any comments that you post. Okay. I'm doing inferior labs. Ryan, PortSwigger labs are the best web labs there are on the planet. So, sorry to tell you. Sorry. I think in general, Hack the Box is the best, but you know, they specialize in web. That's their shit. Inferior? I just think you're wrong. I don't, like, do you imagine not doing web challenges? The web challenges just aren't that good, man. They're just not that good. All right, what are we doing now? I think we just gotta brute force the header, the host header, right? And then we're good, hopefully. I don't know if we're good. Can I do that with parameter? Probably not. Probably not, right? It doesn't work that way. I'd have to use intruder and then do that. Yeah, okay. You forgive me. Ban Ryan? Yeah, I'll ban him. Do I think BSCP is worth it if you already have OSWA? I don't know. I don't have either, so I'm not the one to tell you. Send this to intruder? Oops, didn't get the whole thing in there. Bam. And then we fucking... Are there user agents? 101. Wordless. There's nothing that has agent in the name? Are you kidding me? What? Huh? What? There's no user agent wordless? Just gotta be. Buzzing user agents? Wordless, secless, buzzing, user agents. So there is... Why doesn't user agent... Oh, it's because it's capitalized. Agent. I just don't understand. Fine. Never mind. Okay, I don't know. Oops. Where were we? Secless, fuzzing, user agents. We just want all. I guess operating platform? No, definitely not. Find and grep agent. I guess so. Names only for file? Okay. I thought I did directories as well. Hardware. Phone? I think we do phone and computer, right? Okay, we'll try that. Phone and computer. I set the file path. Can I just set the file path, you bingus? No? Okay. User, share, word list, sec list, fuzzing, user agents. Oh, does it user agents.fuzz.text? Let's just fucking run that. Alright, sure. Good enough for me. Or we let that run and then... That's just so slow. I probably should run it with ff. I'll just do that. It's fine. I'll run with ff. I clicked continue attacking background. And I don't know how to cancel that. God damn it. What mic you have? This is the Blue Yeti. Is it really low? I'm getting it. It says I'm in the yellow pushing the red on OBS. It says I'm like in the yellow while I'm just talking on OBS, so I don't know. We're gonna request. Let's just go to 10. Okay, this user agent. Needs to be fuzz. Ff dash r request. The word list is seclist. Fuzzing user agents dot fuzz dot text. Okay. I'll just run whatever. Okay, fine. That's going through. Unless I'm doing this wrong, I feel like that would work. Oh, you know what? No, that should work. Unless I'm doing this wrong. This one's like so different. I don't know if I'm doing this right. What if I clear, refresh? Okay, it's no longer... Why is it no longer working? Okay, now it works. Now it's there. Do I really just have to like send this over and over and over again? I feel like I'm not doing that right. Right, we figured all that out. Right. To target the victim, you need to find out their user agent, right? On the website, notice that the comment feature allows certain HTML tags. Post a comment containing a suitable payload that causes the victim's browser to interact with your exploit server. Oh, we just want to send any request to us. And then we can figure it out in the access log. I didn't know they were going to click on our shit. Actually, they don't even need to click on our shit because it's just an image and it loads. Okay. I didn't get I thought this was I thought this was going to get this was going to get like stripped out. But I guess that was just this whole job, the cross-site scripting stuff. So if we do this, invalid CSRF token. The fuck? Invalid session doesn't contain a CSRF token. Buddy, what? I'll keep poisoning myself. Thank you. Okay. Where is the fucking... Where is it? I did just send it, right? Carlos, thanks for the follow. Comment has been submitted. Okay, there it is. Oh, I sent it twice. Okay, fine. So I go to Exploit server and I go to access log. Not a huge deal. I can change it. Alright, send it with this IP. There. And now it's solved. Awesome. Okay. Don't go full cam. Your mom's watching. Murrowfly, thanks for the follow. VPNs suck with Twitch. It is what it is. Alright, chat. Everyone understand that? We had to have the user agent was keyed. So for each cache, it's identified by the user agent. So you have to have the same user agent to poison the cache. And we were able to do that because we sent they were viewing our comment. We had the comment as an HTML image that loaded an image from our exploit server. We could find the user agent in the logs of the exploit server and then sent it that way. How many interview stages deep did you get so far? I am on the final ones. Cool. All right. Webcache. We have a lot of webcache poisoning. Oh my gosh. Explain in Minecraft terms for the younger audience, please. Not again. How do I even describe webcache poisoning with a user agent keyed in Minecraft terms? So imagine bro has a cow farm, right? It's like, and he's always milking his cows, right? But we're able to, in his cow farm, we place one of those mushroom cows. So then when he milks all of his cows, he gets the mushroom stew, right? And then so he's drinking the mushroom stew, but he has it go through an item sorter. So what we did is we gave a name tag to the mushroom stew milk or whatever the fuck. And now it got through the item sorter. And now he's got the suspicious mushroom stew in his milk box. And he's gonna drink the mushroom stew. Is that a good Minecraft terms? I think so. That is actually a good explanation. I think it is as well. I think I'm like great at doing those. Okay. Labs vulnerable. Although you have to use a bowl to get mushroom stew and not the bucket. So that kind of just forget about that part. Just forget about that whole part. It makes sense. Labs vulnerable to web cache poisoning because the query string is unkeyed. Okay. So we had cookie, we had HTTP headers, and now we have the query string. User regularly visits the site homepage using Chrome. Okay. Let's get it. Let's go. Wait for it to spawn up. We good? Alright, we're good. What guys was being an unkeyed query string? So is there like a search functionality? What does it mean by a query string? Blog ID? Post ID? No, we already had something similar to that. Have you got internet? Brother, what? Hey there, good afternoon. Good afternoon, William. Where's the query string? Probably should read the documentation on this now. What? Right, okay. Unkeyed query string. Like the host header, the request line is typically keyed. However, one of the most common key cache transformations is to exclude the entire query string. Detecting an Alright, let's add query string here as well. Oops. Unkeyed query string. If the response explicitly tells you whether you got a cache hit or not, this transformation is relatively simple to spot. What if it doesn't? This has a side effect of making dynamic pages appear as though they were fully static because it can be hard to know whether you're communicating with the cache or the server. To identify a dynamic page, you would normally observe how changing a parameter has an effect on the response. But if the query string is unkeyed, most of the time you'd still get a cache hit. And therefore an unchanged response regardless of how many parameters you add. Clearly this also makes classic cache buster query parameters redundant. Fortunately, there are alternative ways of adding a cache buster, such as adding it to a keyed header that doesn't interfere with the application's behavior. Some examples are this. Interesting. Can we eat the cookies? Alright. This whole thing here is good stuff. Here's some example headers. Cool. Oh, that makes sense. If you use parameter, you can also select options add static dynamic cache buster and include cache buster and headers. It will then automatically add a cache buster to commonly keyed headers in any request that you send to burst manually testing tools. Another approach is to see if there are discrepancies between how the cache and backend normalize the path. Got it. Okay, that's cool as well. Okay, I'll include all that. It's new to me. There are a number of successions of that description. Okay. Excluding the query string from the cache key can actually make these reflected cross-site scripting vulnerabilities even more severe. Usually such an attack would rely on inducing the victim to visit a maliciously crafted URL. However, poisoning the cache via an unkeyed query string would cause the payload to serve to users who would otherwise be visiting a perfectly normal URL. Gotcha. Interesting. So, user readily visits the site homepage, which is this. We'll send that to repeater. Using Chrome. Is there a vary user agent? There's no vary user agent, so it may not be keying the user agent. Yeah, unkeyed query string. So it'd be like this. It'd be like Dookie. But oh, that does make it hard. I get what they're saying. Because then this will just return a 404. So we need to do something like this. Just like adding a cookie here. And then queries everything after the question mark. Gotcha. Do we have Dookie in the response? No. It's like, do we have to fuzz for parameters? I don't really... The query string's unkeyed. Like, where's that even... It's like in the other times it's reflected. And that makes it easy. X cache hit seems like a clue. I'd like, even if this is being cached, like what is being cached here and where does our input play into that for exploitation? Reflected cross-site scripting even more severe. Voicing an unkeyed query string. Yeah. There is no... If it's not being reflected, then how is this going to help us? If the, like, I would assume this means the query string should be reflected. Being unkeyed query string. This cache server ignores the query string and only uses your pass segment. Okay, yeah, I get that, but where does that come into play? Here in post ID? But again, it said he's only viewing the home page, not posts. What does that return? How did that return this? There we go. Oh, it was cached. Gotcha. Okay. Invalid blog post ID. Interesting. How is my input going to affect this, though? You have to find what fields you control. It means something to the cache server. Don't mean anything to the upstream server you're trying to connect to. Like, with the other ones, we were able to essentially just inject into the source code like a cross-site scripting attack. But, like, here, nothing's being reflected to us, so... I don't even know where we start here. Like, if we find reflected cross-site scripting, then we can kind of do it anywhere. I get that. But we can't even find that. Unless I do need to do parameter fuzzing on just the home page. Which wouldn't make much sense. Okay. What's the hint say? If you're struggling, you use pragma x get cache key header to display the cache key in the response. Although you can't use a query parameter as a cache buster, there's a common request header that can be keyed if present. I don't care about a cache buster, though. I'm just trying to get the exploitation. I actually am lost here. Like if I just did everything else, like the like fuzzing for headers, and it'd just be finding unkeyed headers. Describe how the exploit you're trying to deploy works? Well, I haven't even found anything yet. I don't see any exploit. What do you mean? What I'm saying is if there was something here, like if something here is being reflected, like a search parameter, right? Search equals right, whatever, and then we could put my like XSS payload here. And then if this isn't even being keyed, if this is unkeyed, then whenever they view /post, it's still going to display my cross-site scripting payload. But I need to get this to exist first. The goal is to execute cross-site scripting. Who's they? The victim. That regularly visits the site's homepage using Chrome. Who's the victim? A user that regularly visits the site using Chrome. What do you mean? So third party, yes. That's what we've been doing all day. I feel like you're leading me astray, dude. How do you get your script somewhere the third party will read it? Exactly. That's the whole point. We're just trying to fuzz for values that are being reflected in the response. I mean, I guess I'll throw it at param-miner, but I don't see how that's going to change much. Or should I guess query params? I'm going to do that on slash. We're going to do that. We're going to do guess query params. I think that's what it wants. I think it wants me to fuzz parameters. Is it third party connecting to you, or is it third party connecting? No, they're connecting to the server. What do you, like, what are you talking about? Obviously, they're connecting to the server. All right, like, Grander, what are you talking about? I'm missing a step in my description? We poison the cache, and the cache is sent to them. I mean, that's... What are you talking about? Like, we've literally just done, like, 5 labs on this today. Right, this is not finding any parameters. Oh, we want unkeyed parameters. That's what we wanted. Fuck, can I close that? Yeah, I know. Yeah, we know that. That doesn't matter, though. We don't... Like, we still have to poison the cache before... Like... Oh! I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. In order to even find... that, we need to... Okay, but I think param-miner will do that for me. I think param-miner is going to do that for me. G? What's a fucking parameter? Web cache poisoning query parameter blacklist. Okay, I just want to run unkeyed param. Let me remove this. I don't know if that's going to fuck it up. Probably don't even need this anyways. Either. Let's just go back to the regular request and then run unkeyed param on this. Think that'll do it? Alright. Anyways, there is this. Under cloaking. Ha, now that's there. Never mind, that's nothing, is it? That is there, though. That wasn't there last time. Well, this is web cache poisoning via unkeyed query string. So if that's now there, can I break out of this? And then... Oh, I don't want title there. Image service on error alert 1. Oh, I didn't put a quote in there. Here. I need to fucking... Need to fix the cache. Give me a cache buster. Okay, there we go. See, I think I did it. I think I did it. See, I got it. We got it. That should work. Bam. Awesome. That works. Okay, so in theory, this is only going to cache if it's this entire endpoint, this entire string. But since this is going to get, since this is unkeyed, that means that doesn't matter. And they can just view the homepage. And this is, and they're going to get this as the response. I use the / so it processes it at the homepage. I don't know what you mean by the / thing. It is gonna process it as the homepage. That should actually work. I should just have to wait until. Actually, you know what? Unless it is keying the user agent. I don't know if it is though. I don't think it is. It says it's no. That should be fine. All right, let's actually test this out with the sample payload. Let's go here. Let's remove that, and let's just go home. Actually, you know, I'll just do that in my own browser. I don't need any of that shit. No, we already tried that in our own browser, and that worked, right? Send this. Oh, I did. I did do. I'm gonna have to wait till the cache resets. Or I could just do this. So you put a cache buster in here. It's fine. Okay, so that's just the home page, and we get that. Awesome. We just viewed the home page, and we have cache poisoning. Okay, so that is working. I think we just have to wait now. Do we have? Oh wait, we may not have the right payload. Alert 1. We didn't alert 1. We did alert 1. Why is that? Just have to wait, I guess. There was those payloads for Nginx Apache, or well, am I tripping? There was those, but that was to just identify something to get cache busting on. A cache buster. I believe. Or other ways to get this to work. Is accept keyed? No. Or, yeah, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Wait, is it? No. Maybe. It must be, yeah. If it's a cache buster, then it has to be keyed. So if I have a different accept, will I see your payload? You won't. You will not. That is true. So do I need the default one? This one? Johnny, thanks for the follow. No. It's not keyed. Because I can just remove it entirely. Hold on. Let me send this a few times. It's cached. If I clear this and refresh, I don't get it. No, I don't need another clue. I was there. Yeah, we don't. It's just a cache buster to reset the cache. Like this will reset it, and now I should see. Oh, let me get this done first. Let me put this in here. Cool. Whatever. I need to wait a second. Or is this not a valid cache buster? Okay, there we go. That works. So when I view this, whatever, even if I don't have it, there we go. It's there. So why isn't it working? Is it this? Origin and via? Oh shit, was that it? No, that wasn't it. It's just dead now. Nasty. Max age is 35. Okay, there we go. It hit. So then this should also work once the max age hits. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Nothing. What? Was it these headers? It is so funny and finicky to play with. Okay, this is obviously just being cached. Okay, there we go. And now it's there. Yeah, okay. If I remove these, is it still there? No, it's not. Okay, so it does rely on these. Fuck. Okay. Huh. So what if I just set this to here? Or do I just remove these there? Do I need them at all? Because if I can remove them, that's probably better. There we go. That worked without them. Now here without them. And we're good. Okay. All is good. Lab's not solved yet, though. Lab is solved now.
Bang!
Let's go. Okay, so Burp just adds these, I think, to confirm. Wherever the fuck it was. Oh my god, there's so many requests. Okay, or Param Miner, what I think it just adds these as a confirmation. Because these are keyed. So if we can just remove those on both, then we're good. Sweet. Okay. Query string returns the same cache normal. Yes, so just slash. Yeah, exactly. This is just the same as that. So when you request this, you also get this because that's in cache. All right. Oh, definitely getting harder. Where'd the lab go? Okay, unkeyed query parameter. Okay, so now the string is... Now it's just the parameter? Now it's this part? Okay. Excludes a certain parameter from the cache key. Okay. Is Web Security Academy free? Yes. Absolutely. It's impressive. It's great, yeah. Or unclear parameters. Just make a note on this as well. I'll throw this in here. It's not much. The entire string, query string is excluded, but some websites only exclude specific query parameters that are not relevant to the backend application, such as parameters for analytics or serving targeted advertisements. UTM parameters, such as UTM content. What is UTM? Erkin tracking module. Tracking parameters added to a website to help for marketing. Okay. Like UTM content are good candidates to check during testing. Parameters that have been excluded from the key cache are unlikely to have significant impact on the response. The cache key are unlikely to have a significant impact on response. The chances are there won't be any useful gadgets that accept input from these parameters. That said, some pages handle the entire URL in a vulnerable manner, making it possible to exploit arbitrary parameters. There are some pages handle the entire URL in a vulnerable manner, making it possible to exploit arbitrary parameters. Okay. So do I just run... I think we want unkeyed parameters. Again. See if anything happens there. A lot of nothing so far. Is that even working? We're getting nothing there. Can't tell if... I don't think that's working. We want to do unkeyed parameters, right? Or do we want to guess query parameters? I think we want unkeyed. Let's do guess query parameters as well. Okay, there we go. UTM content. Awesome. Okay, that worked. Sweet. Let me do parameter. What was it? What was it? What did we do? It was parameter guess query params. Okay. So then we got the advertising UTM content. So here are the payloads they used. So if I use that, send it. The parameter. Do we get this in the response? And we do. Awesome. The entire URL is there. Interesting. What if I... It's still there. Huh. Can it just be anything? Why does anything work? Anything's working there. Oh, it's only because it's excluding this from the key. Okay, this, because they'd still have to visit this exact path. But since this is being excluded from the key, since this is excluded specifically, then we're good to go. So we can do a little bit of this and a little bit of this. All right, what does it want as a payload? Alert 1. Cool. Send that. Awesome. We good? Lab solved? Give it a second. There we go. Sweet! Bang! We're getting it, Chad. We're getting it. Oh. Everyone understand that? So this specific parameter is unkeyed. So our URL is essentially reflecting the response, but like if I had something random here, they would have to, in order for this payload to execute, they would have to visit this exact URL. But since UTM content is unkeyed, they just have to view that, and it's gonna get reflected. So this maps to that, yes. But in order for it to map to that, you have to use this one. Just anything random won't work. They'll have to visit this entire the entire parameter. But this one's unmapped, so that one works. Cool. How many more do we have? Should be getting down. Parameter cloaking. Okay, we got 3 more. And then we have that one that we missed. Because the lab was bugging. But we'll probably be able to go back to it and wrap that up. Via an unkeyed parameter. That's what we just did. Parameter cloaking. Lab's vulnerable to web cache poisoning because it excludes a certain parameter from the web cache key. Just like we had. There's also inconsistent parameter parsing between the cache and the backend. Okay. Use the parameter cloaking technique. Okay, I saw an option for that in ParamMiner. Right? Extensions ParamMiner. Never mind, I thought there was something for cloaking. Oh, there's something like that. Rails param cloaking scan. I remember also seeing, I think that just in a response. Here's what we'll do. We'll read the documentation on it. I'm assuming that'll be here, right? Cloaking. Parameter cloaking, here we go. Let me get some water. Can't talk. Mouth is dry. If the cache excludes a harmless parameter from the cache key, and you can't find any exploitable gadgets based on the full URL, you'd be forgiven for thinking that you've reached a dead end. That's where I would think as well. However, this is actually where things can get interesting. If you can work out how the cache parses the URL to identify and remove unwanted parameters, you might find some interesting quirks. Of particular interest are any parsing discrepancies between the cache and the application. This can potentially allow you to sneak arbitrary parameters into the application logic by cloaking them in an excluded parameter. Just allow you to sneak arbitrary parameters in the application logic by cloaking them. Okay. Oh, I get it. Okay, for example, the de facto standard that a parameter will either be preceded by a question mark, and then everything after it will be an and sign. Right. Some poorly written parsing algorithms will treat any question mark as the start of a new parameter, regardless of whether it's the first one or not. Let's assume the algorithm for excluding parameters from the cache key behaves in this way, but the server's algorithm only accepts the first as a delimiter. So you get this, and then it thinks this entire thing is the value to this parameter. The cache would identify 2 parameters and exclude the second one from the cache key. Right. So the cache says, okay, we have two parameters, this one and this one. But this one is not going to be in the key. It's going to be unkeyed. Wow, that's cool. Jeez. That only happens in like really rare scenarios, because they're still going to have to visit this endpoint. They're still going to have to visit example 1, 2, 3. But that's fine, right? Because if you're like a blog post, blog equals ID 1, that's fine. Jeez, that's cool. But then this is still going to get placed in the cache. Key, are there two question mark characters? I don't know what your question is. But what's up, Chizilla? Welcome. That's crazy. Okay, that's cool. That's just a whole new tab right there. Parameter cloaking. He said, key are the two question mark parameters. Hope this helps. It actually got me for a second. I was like, oh, that's what he said. Oh, okay. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it. Not sure. Hope this helps. No problem. Ryan's always here to save the day. Okay. Dude, I gotta put this entire thing in here. This is great. All right, exploiting it. The backend identifies distinct parameters that cache does not. Ruby on Rails, for example, interprets both ampersands and semicolons as delimiters. I guess that was the Rails thing we saw, right? The param miner. We saw Rails param cloaking scan. That's good to know. In case, like, we identify the servers using Ruby on Rails. This interprets both ampersands as semicolons as delimiters. When used in conjunction with a cache that does not allow this, we can potentially exploit another quirk to override the value of a keyed parameter. So we have this, which is keyed. And this, excluded param. 1, 2, 3. And then that's going to include all of this in the excluded parameter that's unkeyed. But this is also included in there, and that's going to be treated as a separate parameter in the cache. Interesting. You did achieve active hack the box fluffy. Would definitely not rank it as an easy, more opinion medium box. From what it was a little bit ago. From what I remember, yeah, it was pretty easy for Active Directory. It's just that Active Directory, like, everyone is getting it now. Everyone's getting it now. They all understand it. So some of the more complex topics are becoming easy because it's just like the bar is just raising. It's less esoteric now, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, ADCS used to be pretty advanced, but now it's just like easy machines. Because everyone knows about it. Everyone's like, okay, you gotta test for ADCS as well. It's just part of the workflow now. Right. Wait, I didn't read this. You're right. There is a second parameter called the same as the first. This is where the second quirk comes into play. If there are duplicate parameters, each with different values, Ruby on Rails gives precedence to the final occurrence. So then we get the bad stuff. Bad stuff here's the good stuff. Awesome. So it excludes the first one and just takes the second one. The end result is that the cache key contains an innocent expected parameter, allowing the cache response to be served as normal, but the same parameter has a completely different value. Which is our injected payload. This second value will be passed into the gadget and reflected in the poison response. This exploit can be especially powerful if it can give you control over a function that will be executed. For example, if a website is using a JSON P, I don't know what JSON P is, to make a cross-domain request, this will often contain a callback parameter to execute a given function on the return data. In this case, you could use these techniques to override the expected callback function and execute arbitrary JavaScript instead. Damn, son. We can get RCE that way. JSON P. JSON P. Yep. JSON P. Works. I'll just put all that shit in there. This big old dump. I'll put the system3 tag. Okay, cool. Alright, let's get it going. Let's start the lab. Parameter cloaking. Let's cloak some parameters. Holy shit, we have callback. I don't know if that means anything. But I saw that in the documentation. Alright, labs run with the web cache poisoning because it excludes a certain parameter from the cache key. There's also inconsistent parameter parsing between the cache and the backend. Is it using Ruby on Rails? It doesn't say. You don't get like a server header there, which would be nice, but we don't get that. We get country equals object. It's a cookie. That's interesting. Oh. Well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give it a fucking shot. Param miner. Let's do Rails param cloaking. See if we get any hits on that. Is it working? Like, I don't understand. Like, is it actually working? I can't tell. I'll be using Burp Pro soon enough. You look young, kiddo. Thank you. Appreciate that. You already know something's wrong? Yeah, this is certainly weird. I guess it excludes a certain parameter from the key cache. So I guess we just do guest query params. It looks great for 47.5. Everyone says that, dude. I really appreciate it. Everyone's so kind. How long have I been in CS? CS meaning computer science or CS meaning cybersecurity? 3 years to answer your question. About 30? No, only 3. I left out a 0. No, I didn't. It's only been 3 years. Started when I was, what? Do math. Like 44 and a half. So when I got my OCP, I got my OCP January this year. Can't commit to the bit. I'm committing to the bit. I'm not lying. It's true. I started when I was, what, like 44 and a half. He might look green. What on earth does that mean? Alright, we found something here. Did we? Is this the same site? OA300. Yes, this is the same site. We have UTM content again. Alright, fuck it. Fine with that. UTM content equals that. We don't see that in the response, though. You dirty dog. Do I need the whole thing? Doesn't make much sense. Parameter cloaking. Here's the parameter cloaking one. They have UTM content equals this, and UTM content equals that. What the fuck? Let's just take this whole thing in here. There's the parameter cloaking. Cool, now it's there. Okay. This idiom. Green means really crude and young. Crude and... Bro, I don't even know what crude means, dude. I mean, I like, I can get the connotations just bad, but, like, I don't know the actual definition of it. I was shifting career from electrical engineering to cybersecurity because it's what I've always wanted to do, other than choice game dev, but I'm too old for game dev. You're never too old to do anything. Do whatever the fuck you want with your life. Don't let anyone tell you what you can or can't do. I think 1 year to OCP isn't that uncommon for people putting the work and have technical background. I'd agree. They're doing something with the JSON object that's in the cookie. I would try to manipulate that. Could be. It could be. But I don't know if that's the lab we're doing. We're doing parameter cloaking, which is parameter shit. So, I mean, this is really weird, but, like, I don't know if that's intended yet. This may come into play later, but I'm just trying to get the parameter cloaking to work. This may have something to do with some gadget for exploitation, but I don't think so, because it just tells us to alert 1. We'll see. I've been in for 8 months now, and there's a lot to learn. There is a lot to learn. Green just means new. Got it. Alright, so we have this. So... in theory... we just hit him with a... So here this is the like embedded one with Ruby on Rails. So this is the bad one. But what do we put in there? The good one that's bad? Excluded parameter. What is the excluded parameter? Because obviously this one's... we would assume UTM content is excluded, but then it's already working by itself. Okay, let me just have this request here to save, and then I'll play with this one. In theory, I could just go... or whatever it was. Let me just copy this. Here. Like, we could just do what we're doing, and then let's just... image source on error. Alert. Right? Oh, it's HTML encoded. I see. Okay, so that doesn't work. My special characters are getting encoded. Parameter doesn't come with burp. It's a burp extension. Did they mention something about JavaScript functions? There was one callback to JS function. Yes, there was. We're gonna take a look at that as well. Does that cookie reflects my value? Yes, it does. Cyber Noipi, thank you for the follow. I saw you in Theo's channel a little bit ago. When he was streaming like a couple days ago. Appreciate you. Did you come over from his channel? Anyways, much appreciated. Is PortSwigger Labs free? Yes. PortSwigger is amazing for web security, and it's entirely free. With some exceptions, because some labs you need Pro for, but the majority of them you do not. You might know how this works? Okay, well, give me a second, okay? Just give me a second. So here's the callback stuff. We saw a request to geolocate callback. Set country code. Here's set country code. This is where it sets our cookie, okay? Here's the cookie object coming into play, okay? So we want to change what callback is executing. So it's executing the set country cookie function. Innocent function there. But we want to change it to execute a malicious function. So just any JavaScript? Why not put Dookie in here? Nothing. Probably cached. Bust. Wait for the age to expire. Congrats on the new job. No new job yet. I haven't accepted anything. Okay, nothing really happened there. Oh, something did happen here. I didn't see that. Okay. What was my last job? IT intern. Job offers. Yes, thank you. What was that originally? Before we did Dookie here. Set country cookie. Okay. Okay, so that's there. So we can modify what's being placed there. So is this just JavaScript? So can I just place JavaScript in here like alert 1 and then set country cookie? Invalid request. You know, URL encode that. Alert 1. It didn't give set country cookie there. But it looks like this is still here. I think this is still valid. It'll still alert 1. And then it'll error out here. My guess is, if my guess is correct. I could also just do a comment block, right? So JavaScript, if I want to. Comment block. / that. Okay, so that has commented out the rest of that. So now we just have alert here. Bro looks like an anime antagonist. First time chat, by the way. Thanks, I guess. Pen test, yes. Or my last job, no. My last job was IT intern, but job offers are for pen testing, yeah. Alright, so we have that going well. Now, how do we combine these? You are trying to modify and intercept a network packet for a website. Kind of. Abyss, thanks for the follow. You gotta reach the call before the geolocate to hand the call back in. What? Hit call before geolocate. Reach the... What do you mean reach the call before geolocate? Oh, do you mean just anything here? So like this is what I'm getting at. We go back to this. We do this here. I think that's what I'm getting at, right? And then in there we place alert comment. Is that what we want? I think. Pebble, you have a wife if you are 47 and a half, still waiting for the right one. Yes. It's a, which one am I doing? No wife yet. We're still waiting for the right one. I think this might work. Okay, we have that. Now, if I just refresh, I do not get an alert. I feel like I'm doing this right. Key parameter and excluded parameter. That stuff there. Does it want double question marks then instead? Maybe a double question mark thing instead of the slash thing. We'll see. Works Ben, thanks for the follow. Wait till the age resets. There we go. Okay, so that did happen. If I refresh now. No. Ready to reset clear cookies? Nothing. Huh. I feel like that would have worked. What am I missing? Like this, I'm assuming if this parameter exists anywhere, then that'll work. Maybe I just tried on myself with just this. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just tweaking. No, because this is here. It's still being set there. What about here? Yeah, it's still being set to set country code. So I need to... Unless I poison this instead of the homepage? That's not what I wanted to do. Here. Okay, that worked. Unless it was cached. It looks like it's working. Alert's still there. No, it wants the first option. We want the good one as well before it. So we want the good stuff. This before it, and then it'll take the last one. In theory, if it's Ruby on Rails, it'll be that. What are we doing today? We're doing web cache poisoning. So we're gonna modify the JavaScript. Like, yes, we are modifying the JavaScript. We have an alert popping. Let me get 2 requests here. We have this one, and then we have just. Oh fuck it, I'll kill the rest. All right, we have this one, and we have this one. This one will just be a regular one. We need to poison ourselves. So here, missing parameter callback. So we need the callback. Okay, so that's that. We're trying to poison ourselves by sending this, and then here. Okay, it hasn't been set yet, because... Wait, didn't... There we go, now it's there. Oh! We did poison ourselves! That did work. Because this is the valid request, this is what's going to be sent, and now we have that. So this should be solved. What am I missing? We have this working. No way. It's sending alert 1. I guess as long as it tells you the cache is the new one and not the original one, it's not solved? What do you mean? Hello, hacker. Hello, grunt. I mean, clearly this is poisoned. Huh? When they first refresh the page and they hit this, it'll return this, and alert 1 will execute. You've seen me in Theo's stream. Well, hello. Welcome to my stream. I mean, I literally have it working. But this is not the website. I know it's a JavaScript file, but they're gonna pull this when they refresh the website, right? So when they, whoops, let me just do this. We send this one until we get it poisoned again. There we go. So when I just clear my cache and everything, I'm cleared. I refresh. It's gonna pull everything, right? So it pulls this. Look, it just pulls that and it gets that. Wait, but that... Why doesn't that execute? Why would they pull this? It's just part of... It does pull it. It's part of the source code. right here. Script source equals this. So when they pull this, it executes this request, and then we get alert there. You got OC plus, hell yeah. Am I preparing for BCB? Kind of, yeah. Yeah, and there it says the other cache. What do you mean? Not your alert one? No. We cleared our cache, we pulled this, and look. It gave us the alert one. What do you mean? In the source. See? Alert 1. Cam's in the way? Oh, kind of. My bad, chat. There we go. It's kind of better. Certainly in the source. Oh. Is it... I don't know exactly what it is. Should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine, dude. That's good JavaScript right there. Right? Unless I need my // Shouldn't matter. What does the console say? I guess I'll set a breakpoint to it. Oh! It was my syntax. You gotta be fisting me, dude! So, you can't have an unclosed comment block? Are you kidding me? Comment lines work, but an unclosed comment block fails. Really? Come on, JavaScript, dude. Really? The reason I thought I had to use a comment block was because I thought this was... When I had this to the side here, it looked like this was a new line. Obviously, you can read the line numbers, so it's not a new line, but whatever. Yeah, because the script never ends. Doesn't matter. It feels like it should still execute alert. Whatever. We got it. That's solved. Cool. Alright. Big dubs there. I like that one. That was complicated. Look at this fucking payload here. This is kind of crazy. But it works. So we're poisoning. All right, so here's what happens. This is the request that gets sent when you get the page for the first time, or when cache is cleared. It requests this JavaScript file with this parameter. So we need to poison this request. This is not part of the key, meaning when we can place this here, and it'll be put in the cache as the same thing as executing this. But what happens is it's using a Ruby application where it also treats this as a new parameter. So it thinks it's this as well. It thinks it's this. So we basically have this being the same as just this. So now this entire default request is being the same as this. And it's treating this as a new parameter. So it's going to overwrite this callback with the last one. And this is our payload being inserted in here to overwrite what set country is. So we run this a few times just to flush the cache and reset it. Wait till that is done. There we go. We execute this regular request. We see alert there. What about country equals? What about country equals? What do you mean? Where's country equals? Oh, this thing? That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is just part of the set country cookie. Cookie equals country. And country is just an empty object. So it's just saying object. It doesn't mean much. It's just part of the lab without writing a bunch of useless code that's not part of the lab. Is that OOP Ruby? Object. No, this is JavaScript here. This is JavaScript. This is just setting country to like an empty object. Or it's this certainly wins prototype pollution. What do you mean wins? This is not really part of the exploitation. This is just some random sample code that they put in here. Lab solved. Yeah, lab solved. I was just explaining it. The lab is solved. Much nicer exploit than prototype pollution. That shit sucks. I don't know. I think prototype pollution's easier than this. This is kind of complicated. Prototype pollution wasn't that bad, in my opinion. All right, we have 2 more, and then we have that one we got to go back to because it bugged out. Web cache deception via a fat GET request. A big one. Big GET request. Okay. This lab is vulnerable to web cache poisoning. It accepts GET requests that have a body, but does not include the body in the cache key. User regularly fits. Oh, interesting. Okay, I like this. You get an F for putting a function call name in the URL and then putting it directly in the HTML source. Yeah, but like, it's just the point wasn't the gadget chaining, like the whole gadget exploitation. The point of the lab was to identify the web cache poisoning via parameter cloaking with this with the semicolon. That's the point of the lab. Is part of practitioner? Or are you doing the entire labs? No, it's part of practitioner. We're just doing practitioner. HTRSY. Great. How do you mess that up? Wait. That literally is just shifted over one. Yo, that's crazy. I was about to say, how do you make that typo? It's literally just shifted over one. All right. Let's give it a shot. Lab solved. Remove these. Clear this. Let's get it going. Bro's using rot1. It's not even rot1. It's keyboard rot1. Because it's not like rotated through the alphabet. It's just you have an interview right now. Bro, get off the stream. What are you doing on my stream? Lock in, brother. Hop off the stream and prep. When they say tell me about yourself, you better have the best response ever. All with HR Karens. Doesn't matter who it's with. QWERTY rot1, the new uncrackable encryption. It's not even... I guess it is encryption. It's a type of encryption. It's fucking stupid encryption. Is that what it is? Wait, it's actually not that bad, though. It's low-key not that bad. No one thinks of that. No one thinks of that shit. We think of that shit, though. The keyboard over one. QWERTY rot1. I like that. Who the fuck is this calling me? They just hung up before I could even answer. Those bastards. Alright, whatever. What are we doing here? What is this? The get fat request. So there's no body here. But someone said there's a parameter for fat stuff. Okay, let's create a document fat get. Actually, you know what? Maybe we don't need that. Maybe that can just be under finding unkeyed values. Let's just do that. Fat get. Probably can go there. So is there parameter fat get? There we go. That's it. Easy as that. If that works, hopefully it does. Parameter fat get. What's a documentation I'm writing? Just notes. Just notes so I can look back and have a better understanding of how to do it. I'm America-based? Yes. I'm eastern coast of America. Beta copy-paste there? Yeah, I copy-paste. I copy-paste. I write if I need to as well. I mean, depends how I'm feeling. Bro's sending me the QWERTY Rot 1 encoded chat. So I remember by copy paste. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I need to write stuff to give more context. It all depends. All right. Where are we? Extensions installed. What happened? It didn't work. See, here's the thing. Like I don't like these ones that are like non-default. Like the guest headers, guest query params, all that works. I think we need to guest body params. I think that's what we need to do. Because like fat get, when we run that, here's what happens. Fucking nothing. And that's what happens with the last ones. Just nothing happens. I think I'll do body params. I think I'm gonna do that. Because that's what it says, right? It says get requests that have a body. Let's just clear this. Let's just do fucking guest body params. Let's do that. Initiating body brute force. There we go. See, now that looks better. Give me something. Give me something. A 1,000 gifted if I decode that. Alright, bet. Oh, wait. Fuck. It ain't BD. Is it C-A? That's what it is. C-A-N. Can you... Can you... crack... my... Can you crack my... code? Can you crack my code? 1,000 gifted, please. Such a bad cipher. It's the best cipher. What do you mean? Well, there goes the uncrackable cipher. Yeah, 1,000 gifted, please. Rot -1. QWERTY rot -1. All right, so this didn't work. Is there? I got 2 of these opened up. The one for fat get? Okay, there is one for fat get. Okay, it just looks like that. Oh, there's HTTP method override post. Actually, no, wait, that's for another lab. I didn't read that. Exploiting fat get. Yeah, okay, it's just this. Param equals bad stuff. Body. Just like you would with a post. And it's not showing up. I wonder if we just try our good one. What did we call it? UTM content. What if I just do UTM content equals... That's not what I copied. Content equals dookie. Not seeing that in there. Oh, unless we have to combine these. Do you have to fucking combine these like the last one? Because here we have geolocate callback again. Oh. This is the right lab, right? Get fat get. Yeah, it's the same lab. Okay. So I think we have to combine these. So it's the same situation here. Grab that. We take this. So it needs to be in here. So here's what we do. We take so let's take our other one. So this is what we had before. We had and this. And semicolon this. Alert 1. Assuming that's the exploited one. The payload, yeah. Alert 1. Okay. Anton gifted. Yeah, no one's falling for that, bro. No one's falling for Anton gifted 1,000 subs to the community. No one's falling for that. Bro thinks he's slick. Okay, so that's what we had before. This isn't gonna work, assumably. So we have to try it with the body. Which sucks. That don't work. It's just a get with params in body. One of those. What the fuck? There we go. Found we tried. Good try, man. Good try. All right, so we take this. This place on the body. Will that work? Wait for our age to expire. Three, 4. What was that? Nothing. Didn't work. Okay. That didn't work exactly as we wanted. Ooh. Wait. Okay, so param's innocent, param's bad stuff here. It might overwrite it. So we might just well delete this. And try that as well. Cache would be based on the request line, but server side's based on the value of the parameter taken from the body. There we go. Awesome. Hey. Easy claps. Let me just write all this in here. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Okay. Lab solved? Lab solved. Too easy, man. We got one more. And then we have to go back. And then we do the expert labs? I don't know. Expert labs could be kind of crazy. We could do them. I mean, we got time. We probably will have time, so. If we want to do the expert labs, we can do them. Unless we want to do another vulnerability. Besides web cache poisoning, but this has been fun. The lab contains cross-site scripting that's not directly exploitable due to browser URL encoding. So the lab take advantage of the cache's normalization URL normalization to exploit the vulnerability. All right. URL normalization. Okay, I'm also gonna add this to that because that's not part of the lab, but that might be good to know that you can override stuff there. Good to know. Good to know. The fuck. All right, normalization, normal key, normalized. Do LLM? Have I done all the LLMs? I'll check after this. I may have done all the LLMs. Normalize cache keys. Any normalization applies to the cache key can also introduce exploitable behavior. In some case, both these will have the same key. Gotcha. That's very simple to understand. The normal payload will still be URL encoded by the browser. However, once the URL is normalized by the cache, it'll use the same cache key as the response containing your uncoded payload. So it's just URL encoding. We're up. We're running. So we need to find a get parameter. Deliver link to victim. Okay. So they're gonna click on a link. How is this just different from regular reflected cross-site scripting then, if we're giving them a link? Because the whole point of web cache poisoning is that you don't have to give them a link. They can just visit the homepage. Or whatever page. Alright, whatever. Let's just, let's fuzz for parameters. Param query params. Go. So, okay, so the cache is what's doing the normalization. So the cache is what makes it vulnerable to cross-site scripting. because it keeps it. It'll decode it. Or it doesn't matter if it's decoded or uncoded. I get it. We're not getting any hits on the query parameters though. So where are we gonna get the fluffin cross-site scripting? Is it here? Post ID equals this? No, post ID. No. Where are we gonna get the cross-site scripting? Parameter's running. Where'd the user input? No user input anywhere besides making a comment. To make a comment. What does that do for me though? I'll play with it. I doubt it'll do anything. Yeah, it sends it as a post. That on the body. It's not gonna be any. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't reflect anything here. That wouldn't be it. Huh. So there's no. Surely there's something we haven't gotten in or back yet. We still need something to be reflected. Really? Nothing. Chat. What's going on there? Do I need a fuzz with FF? So far, parameter's been fine. Ah, that's what it is. It's not a parameter. Okay. Good to know. It's not a parameter. It's the 404s. So that's not found. Image source on error equals alert 1. So that's going to fail because it gets URL encoded. But the cache, by sending that as a... by sending that URL decoded, that has poisoned the cache. There we go. So now, when we give them this, otherwise, okay. So this makes it vulnerable to cross-site scripting, because in theory, if they just click on this link, can I go back to where I had it? This one. Okay. If they just click on this link, they're getting nothing, right? So if you send them a malicious link for affecting the cross-site shifting, they're going to get nothing out of this because it's going to get URL encoded. But if we poison the cache, then they click on the link, then we're good. I get the impact out of this now. Because it no longer will URL encode it, it'll use the decoded cache. Cool. So let's send them this. We don't know. I think it needs. I don't know if it matters. Probably doesn't matter if it's coded or not. That link. Delivering to victim. Oh fuck! Why did that fail? I'm gonna have to do this a few times. Ah crap. I have to do this a few times. Get it lined up right. Does it want us to alert 1? Yeah, it does. Nothing. There we go, now it alerts 1. Okay, so it's really just like a timing thing. Send it. Send. Nothing. Fuck. Right? Need to get this copied well. Take this. Send that. Copy this whole thing. So I can just do this over and over again. Really? What's going on? Web cache poisoning is what's going on. There we go. Got it. that was annoying to play with. All right, we are on the last lab, I believe. No, that was it. That was the last lab. Okay, we gotta go back to this one, though. Web cache poisoning with multiple headers. Because this one broke on us. Let me add that here as well. Let's cache keys. Lives cache keys. And I'll just take this. And sure, I'll take this. Thank you. Cool. All right. Last one for practitioner. This one failed on us before. Hopefully it doesn't fail us again. Multiple headers. So we got X, what was it? X host scheme and X. We'll just use parameter, it's fine. Leave this. Parameter fuzzing for headers. forwarded scheme, that's what it is. And then X forwarded host. This, that's anything besides HTTP. And then X forwarded host is an example. And then we should see that in the response. Get request cannot contain a body. Oops. There we go. There we go. It redirects us. So instead of the we want the redirect to be, oh, we don't want this on this request. We want it on this one, tracking. So we put it to tracking, and then we set that to our exploit server. That'll be the endpoint, and it will be order document.cookie. Cool. Oops, JS. This is the host. So when this resource is viewed, we get that. I'll wait till the cache clears. There we go. Sweet. So how is the lab not solved yet? It's literally once a minute. Why do they do it so slowly? Oh. I mean, we got to this point earlier. But I think it's just so slow. We have to time it perfectly as well. So they need to hit it before the age. And the age is only 30 seconds. Can't believe you're watching this at 1:25. That is kind of crazy. Franks, thanks for the follow. 1:25 a.m. Why aren't you sending? I need that. There we go. Please click it. Or please refresh. Alright, that works on me. Cool and all. Yeah. Why are you not clicking it, dude? Chat, what's going on here? I mean, we've done it right. It should work. Oh, there we go. Awesome. Let's go. All right, that is all the practitioner labs done for web cache poisoning. We just did that one. And these two. I'll refresh it. Sweet. All done. Looks nice. Do we do the expert ones or do we do something else? Someone wanted to do the LLM ones. Have I done all those? I've done all of them except for the expert. So, what do we want to do, chat? Which one do we want to do? What do we want to keep going expert labs on cache poisoning or do we want to do something else? Something else practitioner. Let me know. Is everyone even still here? Everyone's gone. Everyone's dead. You just finished the interview. How did it go, brother? How did it go? What's next here? We just finished all practitioner for web cache poisoning. Play a guitar. I'll do that when we do it on a special day, but today's not that day. What is ICBC? AppSec SecOps? We're doing AppSec stuff. What do you mean? Google it. Google what? You're literally doing F security right now. I know what I know. ICBC? What am I about to find out? Oh, I think I've already done all GraphQL. From what I remember. Yeah, I've already done all GraphQL. What's ICBC? What? It's not even a thing, bro. What are you talking about? It's a bank? Okay. What's your point? Raise conditions? Oh, we could do raise conditions. We're expert LLM. I hate raise conditions, but I think we'll do it. I think we'll do raise conditions. That's fine. They're just so buggy, dude. They're just so buggy. It's like you gotta really get it perfect. Such a pain in the ass. This one I hated. It's brute forcing creds with this one. It's just a pain in the ass to do. Why don't you use Burp Pro? Because I don't have $500 a year to pay on something that I don't need. File upload? I think I've done all of file upload. Where's file upload? Here it is. Yep, done all that. This is a cool one. Web shell view raise condition. That was a cool one. Let's just do authorization attacks. Have I tried Kaido? No. I've seen people use it. It's cool. But I don't care for it. Burp's fine. Does a job. Like I don't think you can get that stuff on Kaido. You can't do fuzz for fucking like identifying cloaked parameters with Kaido automatically. I don't think you can do that. Let's just do authentication. There's a lot here. Let's just go top down, easy ones, and then the harder ones. Kaido means fallen. Is that what it means? Lab is vulnerable to username enumeration and password brute force attacks. So just no rate limit. And like no 2FA and anything like that. Predictable username and passwords can be found in the following word list. Okay. So this is just brute forcing creds. Easy enough. Actually, this is just we can identify the username first, so it makes it even easier. And just password spray. First password. Access guest account. Or their account page. Easy. Easy peasies. Okay, so if we have non-existent here, it'll say invalid username. That's a finding, because we can do username enumeration. So let's take this word list. We'll call this... Actually, can we use... Actually, it's not even worth it. Let's just go users.txt. Paste it in there. And then let's take this login request. Call this login.request. Replace username with fuzz. And I'll use FF. Fuzz request. And our word list is login.request. That is not the word list. Oh, I messed it up. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna filter out this response size. And we got AU as the user. Okay, AU. Incorrect password. All right, so now we have that. So now let's change our login request to have username as AU. Password is fuzz. Later grunt. Let's get that password word list. And we fuzz this with passwords. Text. And filter by status 142. Bunch of ones. AU, bunch of ones. Lab solved. Easy peasy. FA bypass. There's a plugin for it. That's cool. I don't mind. I'm gonna get Burt Pro anyways. From an employer. So it's not like it's not worth me paying for it. Like within like a few weeks, I'm really gonna get it. So it's just not worth it. Did I order the physical? Yes, I did. Thanks for the follow. Do I have a job? I do have an offer. It's not exactly what I'm expecting. I'm expecting better offers from other organizations within the next week or two. But if all else fails, then it's a good backup. Just general, just pen test. The offer is for web pen test. Yes, the offer I currently have is for web pen testing position full time, but we got other ones coming. When you talk bad offer, you mean money? Yes, money, mainly money, and in some other little things. I don't want to go into it until I've fully got I've decided on a job, and like I'm fully committed. I've signed everything and I'm off. I just don't want to risk anything, so I'm not gonna talk about it a whole lot until that happens. First job, don't be ambitious. I can be as ambitious as I want. Am I pursuing a degree? No. How long have I been in hacking? 3 years. Did you go straight red from IT? Yes. Alright, password reset broken logic. Password reset is vulnerable. Reset Carlos's password inside into his account. Okay. I learned SAT hacking? What is SAT hacking? I never really touched defensive side in depth. You can go very in depth on defensive stuff. I haven't at the moment, just because like I'm not going for red teaming positions at the moment. But It's just not needed for what I do. But I have touched defensive stuff. Oh, you mean I thought you okay, you meant blue. I thought you were talking about evasive. I thought you were talking about evasive. You're talking to like defense, like blue team. Like very little. Very little. I have in some jobs. I have touched like working with EDR solutions, but like I've never been like a SOC analyst or anything like that. Satellite hacking. Oh, okay. No, I've never touched satellite hacking. Later, grunt. Email client. Fuck is this? Oh, okay. Email client. That's to send the password reset. Email. Wait, how did we just bypass 2FA? What? Did we do that lab? We did. Did I just skip this? What just happened? I skipped this lab completely. What am I doing? Okay, oh, jeez, bro. I'm tweaking out. 2FA can be bypassed. You've already obtained values using password, but you do not have access to the 2FA verification code. To solve the lab, access the account. Okay. So let's just look at the whole workflow for logging in. So we have valid creds, we can repeater. And that's only a 4-digit security code. Okay, so it's not enough entropy. And there's probably no rate limiting, so we can just brute force that 2FA. I'm sure we can just brute force that. So let's go Carlos Montoya. Log in. Enter code. Let's type in fuzz. Get this. Cool, we can work with this. That was the latest one, right? I believe so. How does it know which user that 2FA code's for? Unless it's session based. Vim 2FA.request. Paste that. Let's make a word list from 0 to 9999 -w into nums.text. I think this will do. What is it? Let's just do this. There's a way to make it so that -w equal width. That's what I wanted. Why did that fail? Is it positional? Probably. All right. So now it's just not 0, 1, 2, 3, but now it keeps the same length with zeros in front. Because that's what I'm looking for. You want to go to pen testing, but a lot of people are saying start blue first. I guess just not the case. Look at me. Okay, here's the truth. There are more job opportunities for blue team. Like, so red, like anything red, pen testing, offensive security in general is extremely competitive. So I don't know, because I haven't done too much blue teaming, like applied for any SOC roles and gone for that. But from what I've heard, it is just generally a bit less competitive. Don't get me wrong, it's still in cybersecurity, so it's still incredibly competitive. But like pen testing is like, it's incredibly competitive. I've been doing this for a while. I've done well over 100 job applications, and I'm finally actually getting it. So why am I in this path? Money or the thrill? I don't care about money. It's just, I mean, I guess the thrill, I don't know if that's the word for it, but I wouldn't want to be doing anything else. Now we can fuzz this. We have 2FA.request with our word list of nums. We need the status code. Oh, we're getting 500s. No user logged in. Did it not log in? Or does it change the session for each request? Okay, there's also something we could try as well. Let me... Hold on. Let's do Wiener Peter. I really should have looked at this more instead of assuming it was... We can go to the email client. Here's the email client. Please enter this in the app to continue. There. Okay, so that does work. There's a couple things we could do for the bypass. So it really is just based off of the session cookie. And if that changes per request, we're have to do this one, or where is it? We're have to do this one, set the cookie, then do this one each time. That makes it a bit more painful. Not try to do that with f-up. We could do it. I mean, we can do it with like I can make a Python script to do it. Or is it another type of bypass? I don't think so. Here's update email. No, that would be... What do they have on MFA? Oh, it's worth saying if we could directly skip to logged in only pages after completing the first authentication step. Usually, the website doesn't even check if we've completed the second step. That's cool. Okay. Interesting. So we can just log out, clear this. So we can do Carlos, what the password is. It's saying to do this, but we can also just go my account, and we're still signed in. What's my ideal job with pen testing? I will say after I get a job. Again, I don't want to say anything until I have signed the contract. I don't want to sell it back, okay? Because I have a last resort, and I don't want that last resort to go away. So I will let you know soon. I'm expecting a few offers in the next week and week and a half. So I trust me. I will let you all know in depth of the entire process and what I wanted and what I got once everything's said and done. Okay, easy enough. I didn't even think of that off the bat, so I need to write that down. It's kind of under access control, but it really is just an authentication issue. Urban auth. I have stuff and stuff. Great notes, Pebble. Great notes. Stuff and stuff. Okay, this is just fucking empty. Gotcha. This is parameter manipulation. And I have check for decode. Okay, I guess we'll just work with this. Check for I should have one for MFA here. Check if you can access resources logged in without completing the entire 2FA or MFA process. How old am I? 47 and a half. Best of luck. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, now we go to password reset. Forgot password. Email. All right, so we want Wiener Peter or email. Check email for the password link. Okay. And it's there. Interesting. So can we have Wiener and username equals Peter or Carlos to reset password? Nothing was sent. Okay. All right, let's just go here as well. New password, confirm password. What does that look like? Test. Does that set the username? It does set the username there. Interesting. So can I change that to Carlos? Or now do we have an invalid token? Tier 2 found. Is that what we got otherwise? Oh, that is what we got. Is that Carlos's password now? Carlos test. Yep, that worked. Okay, cool. So we just copied the request to change the password and then just change the username. So this password token works for everyone, but it should be tied to the username. It should be tied with the username. Is what it should be tied to. You shouldn't be able to use this password token on everyone, obviously. That's a big no-no. All right, easy enough. These are pretty quick. I mean, they are apprentice level. Now we're going to practitioner. That's not too bad. Username enumeration via subtly different responses. Okay. Wow, that's crazy. Is it crazy? Lab is subtly different to username enumeration and password brute force attacks. It has an account with a predictable username and password that can be found from the following list. Is this the same list as what we have? I don't want to have to recreate it. At users. Let's head. Yes, that is correct. Cool. Enumerate value username brute force. This uses password then access their account page. Alright, spin up the lab. My account. Okay, so we know Wiener. Oh, we don't know Wiener or Peter exists. Right. Invalid username or password. Alright, well, I'll just try what I would. Oh, or password. Right. But it should still work the exact same way as what I've done. I need to get to capture this request. Buzz. So here it does say invalid username or password, which is how it should be. But if it says something different when you do have a valid username, then that's still no good. Vim login to dot request. We want login to -w users. Filter by status. What do we want? Number of words are changing? Why the fuck are the number of words changing? What? Guest. How are the number of words changing? This is 2, 3, 3, 4. That's 2. 2, 3, 3, 3. Oh, is the username reflected? No. Why does that change? What is changing about this? There is one more byte. Oh, the ID there changes. Okay. Gotcha. So what we need to do... Oh, why does the number of lines change as well there, though? Okay, so let's just... I don't want to filter by lines. Here's what we can do. We can filter... We can regex this out. We can regex that out. So we'll do filter by regex, and then this. Does that work? No, that doesn't work. Huh. I wish we had valid creds to test this against. So we could do... I'd rather not filter by lines, but we could 65 and 66. That's probably gonna fail. Yeah, it did. Unless I have like a bad username list. I hope I don't. What else do I want? How come these are the same? Oh, it's because they're the same length. Why is this one the same? Oh, these are words. How come the number of words change for Puppet? Content length just changed. Huh? Oh, it's because the ID's random, isn't it? So I could filter by, I guess, 19 and 8 under words. 28 was that? Oops. 65. I want words. 19 and 28. There we go. That did it. Awesome. So the right username has a different number of words in the response. So there's something about this response that changes. Very subtly. The number of words changes ever so slightly. But I think we got it. And then fuzz for that password. Fuzz. And we use password.text. Whoa. Here we can just use the filter regex. Makes it easy. There we go, Daniel. Sweet! Affiliate Daniel. Bang. Easy. Easy. Not too easy. Via response timing. Can I do that with FF? Can I filter by response time? Let's check. FF-help. Let me go to tmux. FF-help. Response. Time. I can't filter by time. I can do that in Burp Intruder. But fuck is Burp Intruder slow. The word list isn't that big though, so I might be able to use Burp Intruder. It's fine. Let's do it. Filter by time? Is that a... It is a thing. Oh, it doesn't say time in the... Bruh. It doesn't say the time. It'd be nice to sort by time as well. But this will work. That works. This will work. I'd assume it'd be something like that, but... Match time. Yeah, I got that. So, it doesn't say time in the description, which is what I was grappling for. Whatever. Oh, thanks, Dante. Solve a lab, enumerate valid username, brute force the user's password, then access the account page. Okay. Easy enough. So we have a valid username, which is Wiener, and we have an invalid username. And we should see what the response times are. So we'll have test as a password. Let's try first invalid username. So, Dookie. Alright, that took us... Took us 241 milliseconds, I believe. I can also just send this to repeater and run that. Yeah, 238 milliseconds. That's over. Let me close out all this crap. And then we have Wiener, which is a valid user. 278. Alright, that's chilling around... Invalid users chilling around 230-ish. 230x. Sometimes it's 60. And then valid user is chilling... around the same. Oh, fuck. Wait, why is it also chilling around the same? Oh, y'all can't see it. Response time's right here. So, valid is chilling... Yeah. It's right around... It's really all over the place. Same with this one, too. Different response times. Wiener. 237. Dookie. 237. Exact same response time. Brother, what? Huh? Different response time, my ass. 237. 237. 407. 242. 245. 235. It's just fucking all over the place. One's not consistently longer than the other, though. I'm looking at a hint. Oh, okay. Thanks, buddy. You added IP-based brute force protection. I didn't even get there yet. What's good, hacker? Hello, Jerry. Like, am I tweaking or am I missing something? 234, 236, 193, 192. I mean, these are literally the same length. I have a Discord channel. Yes, I do. It's in the description. It's literally the same. I couldn't even tell you, man. And why can't I render this? Oh! That's why it's the same. Because it's not even working. Ah, okay. So I gotta bypass that. So what is it, like an origin? No, that's not it. Remove cookie. Oh, it's IP based. What are some ways to bypass rate limiting IP based? It's like X. Does an X? Is it? I don't know if it's a forwarded host. I don't know if that would fix it. Bypassing IP filters, web. Header. It should be a header. Host header spoofing. Just host? Localhost? That would make sense. No response. Okay, that does make sense. Because obviously it's not going to hit this address. Or it is going to hit it, but it's like it needs the host header. What? No, that's not what I want. X forward for? That's what I thought. Okay, X forward for. Okay. How about on origin? Let's try localhost. Nice, that did it. Alright, cool. Here we go. Yeah, I got it. That's what I said earlier. I just didn't remember exactly. I probably should have... No, I guess I won't. This is... Where would I put notes on? I guess I'll just create a document calling bypassing IP restrictions. I'll do that. And then we'll have one, we'll make one called headers. We'll do this. Something like that. Alright, cool. So now we have this working. So now we can actually compare the time differences. So invalid's 234, valid is 253. No, it's just still all over the fucking place. No. Oh, this needs to change. 250. 256. 255. 260. Still kind of all over the place. And then this one is 237, 237, 240. It doesn't look like it's going under 240. 242 is the highest. Okay. It looks like it doesn't go under... This one's higher than 242. Okay, okay, okay. We can work with that. Yeah. I got you, yeah. So let's do this. Did I already make a request for that? I don't think I did. So here we go. Login the readout request. Do this. So fuzz for usernames. X forwarded for. We can have this under fuzz as well. Doesn't matter. It can really be anything here. It just needs to change. So we'll set that as the users as well. And then 242 is what we want above 242. So we'll do ff dash request login 3. Oh shit. Word list is users. And ignore comments colors. And we want filter by time greater than 242. I think was the greatest on the ballads. Does that work? Well, that fucking didn't work. Wait, I'm trying to filter by time greater than 242. It's doing 117. That shouldn't be there. Ha! You seeing this? Greater than 242. Or is it filtering out? Oh, we want match. We want match. Let's do less than that. That'll filter it out. Okay, I'm tweaking. Okay, that didn't work at all. Fuck. I can do... Now I think it just got rate limited. Because now we've used that. So let's do this. Let's change this to nums. And we'll do this. And do dash w nums dot text is nums. Why is that so much? Oh, because brute forcing it. Oh, we have to change the attack type. Fuck, this makes it so much more annoying. Do I have to... like, it defaults to fuzz. I know, I have it set to nums here. But what's happening is it's brute forcing it. It's doing, It's doing each num for each username. And that's like a million requests. We just want, Trend Shooter. I'm gonna get relimited. I mean, it's not many requests. There's only like what, like 30 usernames or whatever, but I'd rather not. There's a way to set the mode, I feel like. Like, to like, I don't know if it's like cluster bomb or something. I know that's with Burp Suite, but there's a way to do that with FF as well. Here it is. Mode. Default's cluster bomb. I think we want pitchfork? Did that do it? I think that did it. Add server? Is that a valid username? Oh, we are related on this IP address, so let's just change this to pitchfork. Let's set this to 1337 because we're so elite. Bam. Okay. And then we have to fuzz for password as well. Let's change it to fuzz. And then this needs to be... Wait. What did I do? Add server. I changed the name to Pitchfork. What the fuck am I doing? The name's not Pitchfork, it's add server. What am I doing? Tweaking out. Now it seems to be passwords. And now we don't need this whole filter by time shit. We just want a filter size this. Why is it not filtering? Oh, that's not the size. What? It'll give me a 302, so I can just match code 302. Or you know what? I should filter code 200, because it might give me like a 30X. Where did Pitchfork come from? It's because we. I think it's because our wordless or nums is wrong now. Let's do SCQ from 20 to no, we don't want that. We want 999 to, let's do 9999 to num set x. All right, so the reason we have to do pitchfork is because we have to we have to like basically change the x forwarded for every single time to bypass the IP restriction. So this just needs to be a random value for every request. And if we don't use pitchfork, it'll default to cluster bomb, which will brute force every number for everything here for each username. And we don't want that. We just want one and one, and then the other, then the other, then the third, then the third. Or I didn't. Fuck. I think I sold. Hopefully not. Am I doing this right? I don't think so. We may not even have the right username. I don't know, chat. What did it hit? Ad server was the username. $282. That seems bigger. There was a little. I don't know, chat. No, I feel like that's right. It's hard to tell. Fuck. $255, $250. Does this ever get over 250? Maybe it wasn't the right username. Fuck. Yeah, it sucks. This is annoying as shit. Was that the wrong username? Am I even doing this right? Whoa. Filter time. Raiders. Less than 250. See, like, that's just not reliable for me, dude. That's just not reliable. This shit sucks. We might want to use just burp and then filter by the biggest, honestly. Let's see what happens if we do that. Wait, but then, actually, it's not too bad. Let's do this. Fuck it, I'll put it to intruder. Intruder. This. Let's copy our usernames. Not too many, so we can use intruder. Add that. That will be paste. That'll be that. And then we need another one. This one. And that'll be, how do I set another one? Oh, it's because on Sniper Snack we want pitchfork. Then 2, we just want We want anything, dude. Let's just use fucking user agents. I don't care. Sure. Start. So you just learned off try hack me first. I want to write now. Did I study somewhere else? Try hack me to start, but then I switched over to hack the box. And I like hack the box a lot more. Alright, now we can just... Oh shit, it's not showing the time. It's not showing response times. Fuck. Shit. Show response times. I thought it would. Read it. How do I view the response time in Intruder? Oh, there we go. Response completed? No. Oh, this is the response time, right here. Okay. So I can filter for that. Ajax is the biggest. Ajax is the biggest. Is it Ajax? I don't know. Open its Ajax? We'll wait till the whole thing finishes.
There's 20 more to go. And it just blows down so much after. Like there's still 60, like we've done, like it's exponentially slow. It's like super fast and slower, like, no, it goes like this. Boom, boom, slow as shit.
That's how it goes. Hello, I'm Anch. Open source contributor. I am finding internship remote ones. Can you review your portfolio? No thanks. Sorry, not sorry. Unless you're applying for a pen testing position, I cannot help you at all. I mean, I can help you a little bit, but it's not going to be much help. All right, it's not just finished. And our biggest response time is Ajax. Hopefully it's Ajax. I don't know. But let's fuzz it. So now we do... clear. Ajax. Password is fuzzed. This is also fuzzed. We're using Pitchfork. This one. Wait a damn second. Did I do this right? Oh, you gotta be fisting me. I switched them around. For the username, I put the fucking headers. Ajax isn't even a username in the word list. Oh, it is. Wait, am I tweaking? Why does it say number 1 is this, and that's using this word list, and then number 2 is this using this word list? Wait, because that's... I'm tweaking out. Hold on. Payload 1, payload 2. Yeah, I switched it up. That's not right. That's obviously not the fucking username, dude. I hate this shit. What's your suggestions? Well, I'm not gonna give you any suggestions. Like, it sounds like you're searching for like a software dev position. I can't help you with that. Not a software dev. If that's what you're going for. I messed it up, chat. I messed it up. This one should be the random shit. Whatever, this one. Why isn't it loading it? Oh, clear, and then load it. It just adds it to it. There we go. And then add server needs to be our copied users list. Dude, I sold so badly. Alright, run that shit. Please, bro. Please, bro. Alright, root took the least amount of time by far. And then this one took the biggest amount. 550. How old am I? 47 and a half. So it could be root or pi. Root or pi is what I'm thinking, because those are the ones with the most obscure response times. It could be root, or it could be pi. Each of them... I feel like if you had something like this in a real-world scenario, the one with the least amount of time would be it, right? Because say... Alright, here's what I'm thinking. Say you have a massive database of users. What it would do is it would search through the database. And if it doesn't exist, it has to exhaust the entire database. But if it does, say if it's like in the first entry, it's just going to instantly find it, and then it's going to stop. So it'll take less time if it's valid. That's how I'm thinking it. So I think it might be root or Carlos. Wait, this did work because Carlos is a valid user, right? Or it doesn't say. It doesn't mean it is or isn't. Fuck. We don't know if Carlos is a valid user here. But I think it is. Just because of the response time. Unless I'm just completely wrong on that. It could be pi as well. I don't know. Wait till it finishes and then we'll fuzz passwords. I'm thinking we can do both. It's fine. It's not a problem to do both. We're almost done. We're almost done here. Not a fan of the brute forcing labs. Definitely not a fan. Not my favorite. Alright. Yeah, it's still that. Okay. Let's go with pi. It's just gut feeling. Let's go with pi. X forwarded 4 will be user agents IE. I don't wanna do something that I... What about this? No. Let's just use like let's use a password list. Dark web, top 1000, sure. And then test will be our passwords list, which we need to copy. You gotta play the guitar before your end stream? No, I'm not playing it today. It will be a special day. We do hacking on this channel. It's not a... We're not doing a concert on a hacking channel. This isn't Pebbles Music Corner. This is Pebbles hacking... I don't know, man. Do you feel streaming helps with labs? In some ways, yeah. In some ways. I won't lie, some ways. Right now, actually, I don't like this, because some of this I've already done. When a special day? I don't know. When we do like a 24-hour stream on if I was saying if we get to 10,000 subs, I'll do a guitar stream, or like 24-hour stream, and I'll play the guitar sometime in there. Books. Okay, sure. Fine. Start attack with pi as the username, hopefully. Do we get a 302? We're praying for 302s here. But all full stacking. Going well. We are brute forcing. We're trying to do user enumeration through different response times. So it's weird because we had two usernames that really stuck out in terms of response time. We had Pi, which was took half a second, and then Carlos, which took 0.15 seconds. So both of those are really obscure compared to the standard 230. Ads are over. Ads just ended, I think. Headless Hunter. Hello. Thank you for the raid. How did you all do? What did you do? How? What did you do, and how did you do it, and how well did you do it? Those are my questions. Let me know. Alright, do we have any 302s? We sure fucking don't. Okay, this shit sucks. We're just praying for 302s to pop up. Probably should use FF for the password buzzing. Did a lot of resumes. Software engineering in this batch. For your viewers, you did resume review for your viewers? That's awesome. Thanks for the follow, Tiffy. List of guest users' names and checking the response times. Yes, exactly. Right now, we're repressing the passwords on them. We've got no hits. This kind of sucks. It's kind of we're ending stream on this last lab. It's kind of a boring lab. It's a brute forcing lab. There isn't any different responses. No, we're not filtering by length because there's no different responses. The only thing different about it's basically blind besides the response time. So the response time is different for a valid user. It's really hard to tell though. Let me add Wiener to that word list. Actually, let's go back to the username word list. Let's go back. Discard, because we know a valid user. So let's add Wiener to here, because that's a valid user. Let's add that and run this again. You kinda got a job by watching his stream. Hell yeah. It's great to hear. How do they not have failed to ban? Fail to bans for SSH, and stuff. I believe it may be more. This is for a web app, and it is for Web Security Academy. So it's a lab. It's a lab environment. No, only it is only SSH. Okay, yeah. Oh, not only SSH. You use it on HTTP. Okay, got you. All right, Carlos, now return that. Pi is different again. No, Adam's big now. What the fuck is this, dude? This is this is like one of the worst labs I've ever done. It's just so finicky. Later, Unruffled. Appreciate it. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the raid. Nick with the follow as well. So where is Carl or Wiener here? Because he... Actually, it's at the end of the word list, so we'll see when this ends. I should have done this stuff off. It's just so slow with burp. Intruder. Could use Turbo Intruder. Not a fan of it. But we could do it. If we needed to. Yo, this ended with no. Okay, so we know Pi is not the username. We know Pi is certainly not the username. Our community is hitting with the rate limits. It really is. Probably should use FF, but it's whatever, man. What up, Fix It? Welcome. How you been today? Hello, Jake. Like, all their response times are literally the exact same. But Pi's different. But we just saw Pi is not the valid user. So, what gives? What gives? I'm doing well today. Vacation times, physical work at a country house, and a million mosquito bites. Dude, I hate mosquitoes. They're like the worst insect on the planet, dude. Okay, so Wiener's a valid user, and his response time was completely normal compared to everyone else's. Like, that is very normal blending in. I don't know, man. Actually, wait, hold up. I just closed it. What was our... I think that was different. Like, this just sucks, dude. Yeah, we literally did exactly this. One was significantly longer. Yeah, we tried that, man. It's such a pain. Alright, chat. Time's up. It's been 5 hours. Chat, I appreciate everyone sticking around for today's stream on whatever Wednesday. We'll be back on Friday with Fearful Friday. We're going to be doing some insane machines on Hack the Box or whatever platform, probably Hack the Box, as it normally is. On Friday, I'll see y'all then. Thanks everyone for the biddy subs, donos, follows, and everyone just kicking it with your boy, learning some new stuff. Again, I'll be back on Friday, and I'll see y'all then. All right, peace out, chat. Actually, who's live right now? Hold up. My apologies. Who's live? Looks like I'm the only one live. Gosh darn it. Alright, no worries. We'll just end stream. Later, chat!